Hello everyone, I'm Mr. Night Story, and welcome to tonight's journey toward peaceful sleep. If you're enjoying this content, I would be so grateful if you could take a moment to like this video. I'd also love to hear from you. Please feel free to share in the comments where you're watching from and what time it is there. Your kind support truly helps me continue creating these relaxing experiences for you. Now, please make yourself comfortable as we gently begin tonight's journey to restful sleep. I decided to take that camping trip on a whim. After months of grinding away at my accounting job, staring at spreadsheets until my vision blurred, I needed something different. The walls of my apartment felt like they were inching closer each day, and my mind kept drifting toward memories of fresh air and open spaces. "You should take some time off," Javier from the office had suggested when he caught me staring blankly at my monitor for the third time that afternoon. "Clear your head before you burn out completely." His words lingered as I scrolled through photos on my phone that evening, snapshots from previous outdoor excursions, moments when I'd felt truly alive. One image caught my attention. A small clearing I'd discovered during a group hike last October. Unlike the popular campgrounds with their designated fire pits and nearby restrooms, this spot remained untouched, hidden away from well-trodden paths. The next morning I requested a week off work. My supervisor, noticing the exhaustion etched on my face, approved it without hesitation. "You haven't taken a proper break in 18 months, she reminded me. "We'll manage without you." I spent the following days gathering supplies. My camping gear had collected dust in the storage closet, but everything remained serviceable. I purchased additional provisions, packed my hiking boots, and plotted a route on my topographical map. The clearing wasn't marked on any official trail guides, a detail that added to its appeal. September was ending, and forecasts predicted mild temperatures with minimal chance of precipitation. Perfect conditions for a solo retreat. I told myself this repeatedly as I loaded my vehicle, silencing the small voice questioning the wisdom of heading into remote wilderness alone. "Just a weekend," I assured myself as I locked my apartment door. A quiet, uneventful weekend to reset. The drive took nearly 4 hours. As the urban landscape gave way to increasingly dense forest, my shoulders gradually lowered from their perpetual position near my ears. By the time I parked at the small, unmarked trailhead, the constant tension headache that had become my companion had begun to recede. The hike-in took longer than I'd anticipated. My memory of the route proved less reliable than I'd hoped, and twice I backtracked after recognizing I'd veered off course. The weight of my pack grew heavier with each redirected step, but when I finally pushed through a dense thicket of underbrush and emerged into the clearing, all fatigue momentarily vanished. It looked exactly as I remembered, a perfect oval of open space, perhaps 60 feet across at its widest point, ringed by towering maples and oaks whose leaves had begun their seasonal transformation. Dappled sunlight filtered through the canopy, creating shifting patterns across the forest floor. The air smelled of earth and decay, not unpleasant, but rich and vital. I shrugged off my pack and took several deep breaths. The silence felt profound after months of constant noise, traffic, office chatter, the perpetual hum of electronics. Here, the occasional rustle of leaves and distant bird calls only emphasized the underlying quiet. "This is what I needed," I said aloud, my voice sounding strangely intrusive. I spent the remainder of daylight setting up camp with methodical precision. The tent went up easily despite months of disuse. I gathered fallen branches for firewood, taking care to collect only what had already detached from living trees. A small fire pit of stones created a focal point for the evening ahead. As dusk approached, I prepared a simple meal on my portable stove, savoring each bite as though it were gourmet cuisine. The coffee I brewed afterward tasted better than any overpriced cafe offering I'd consumed in recent memory. Night fell gradually, then all at once. Stars appeared in the gaps between branches overhead, more visible than I'd seen in years. I maintained a modest fire, mesmerized by the dancing flames, feeling the day's journey in my muscles. That first night passed without incident. I slept deeply, awakening only once to add another log to the dying embers before returning to my sleeping bag. If anything unusual occurred during those dark hours, I remained blissfully unaware. Morning arrived with gentle persistence. Birdsong pulled me from slumber, and I emerged from my tent to find the clearing bathed in soft golden light. Breakfast consisted of instant oatmeal and more coffee, consumed while seated on a fallen log that served as a natural bench. I had no specific plans for the day ahead, the absence of scheduled activities being the primary luxury of this escape. Perhaps I would explore the surrounding woods, or simply read the paperback thriller I'd brought along. The lack of urgency felt deliciously indulgent. In retrospect, that morning represented the final moments of normalcy I would experience for a very long time. Had I known what awaited me beyond the perimeter of that serene clearing, I would have packed up immediately and returned to the safety of my mundane existence. But ignorance granted me a few more hours of peace before everything changed. The second day began innocuously enough. I woke refreshed, stretched my limbs in the crisp morning air, and set about making breakfast with the contented motions of someone temporarily liberated from daily constraints. The forest seemed welcoming. Birds called from the canopy, squirrels darted between trees, and sunlight spilled through gaps in the foliage, warming the cool ground. Yet something subtle had shifted. I couldn't identify precisely what felt different, but an inexplicable unease settled over me as I sipped my morning coffee. My gaze kept drifting to the tree line surrounding the clearing, scanning the spaces between trunks, as if expecting to glimpse something watching. Nothing appeared, but the sensation persisted. "Just adjusting to the solitude," I murmured, trying to rationalize the feeling. Living in a constant state of connectivity had likely atrophied my ability to be truly alone. After washing my breakfast utensils, I decided a walk might settle my nerves. The surrounding forest had numerous game trails that meandered through the underbrush, nothing officially maintained, but passable enough for careful hiking. I packed a small day pack with water, energy bars, and a basic first aid kit, then selected a direction that seemed promising. The first hour passed pleasantly. The terrain undulated gently, occasionally revealing glimpses of distant ridgelines through breaks in the trees. I identified various plant species from half-remembered nature guides. Jack-in-the-pulpit nestled near the base of a rotting stump, clusters of mayapple spreading their umbrella-like leaves across the forest floor. Despite being early autumn, wildflowers still dotted open patches where sunlight penetrated the canopy. Gradually, however, the character of the forest began to change. The trees grew closer together, their trunks darker and more gnarled. The underbrush thinned until the ground appeared surprisingly bare, covered primarily with a thick carpet of decaying leaves. The natural sounds that had accompanied my walk, birdsong, rustling foliage, the occasional scurrying of small animals, diminished until I realized I'd been walking in near complete silence for some time. I hadn't consciously chosen this path. My feet seemed to move of their own accord, drawing me deeper into an increasingly somber section of woodland. A rational part of my mind suggested turning back, but curiosity pushed me forward, one step after another. The air grew noticeably cooler. Despite the mild autumn day, my breath suddenly formed visible clouds before my face. Goosebumps rose along my arms beneath my jacket sleeves, and I found myself wrapping my arms around my torso, seeking warmth. "This doesn't make sense," I whispered, watching my words materialize as vapor in the unnaturally cold air. That's when I saw it, the rectangular slab lying on the forest floor ahead, partially obscured by fallen leaves, yet unmistakably artificial. At first glance, it resembled a fallen headstone, though no cemetery existed for miles in any direction. As I approached cautiously, other details became apparent. Its surface gleamed with an oily iridescence despite the dim light, and not a single leaf adhered to its perfectly smooth face, as though some invisible force continuously repelled debris. Logic dictated that this was simply an abandoned piece of construction material, perhaps granite or marble from a long-forgotten building project. Yet its presence felt deliberate, positioned with purpose rather than discarded haphazardly. Standing before it, I experienced an overwhelming certainty that this object had no business being here, and moreover, that I had no business discovering it. I knelt to examine it more closely, careful not to make direct contact. The slab measured approximately 3 feet by 2 feet, with perfectly squared edges and a thickness of perhaps 4 inches. Its composition defied easy categorization, not quite stone, not quite metal, with a surface that seemed simultaneously solid and slightly fluid, like oil suspended in a permanent state of tension. Against my better judgment, I extended a trembling hand toward its surface. The air directly above the slab felt dense, almost gelatinous, creating resistance against my approaching fingers. Inches away from contact, a jolt of something like static electricity snapped between my skin and the object, causing me to recoil immediately. In that precise moment, I became acutely aware of being observed. Not by anything visible, but by some presence that seemed to emanate from all directions simultaneously. The sensation crawled across my skin like thousands of microscopic insects, leaving ghostly trails of dread in their wake. I stood quickly, too quickly, and nearly lost my balance as vertigo swept over me. The forest appeared to ripple momentarily, trees bending inward as if drawn by some immense gravitational force centered on the slab. I blinked hard, and the distortion vanished, leaving me questioning whether I'd imagined it entirely. "I need to go back," I announced to the empty forest, my voice sounding hollow and distant even to my own ears. Turning to retrace my steps, I froze. The path I'd followed had vanished, replaced by an unfamiliar arrangement of trees and underbrush. I spun in a complete circle, searching for any recognizable landmark. Nothing appeared familiar. Even the quality of light seemed altered, no longer mid-morning brightness, but the golden hue of late afternoon. Panic rose in my throat as I fumbled for my phone. The screen displayed no service as expected in this remote location, but the time reading stunned me. 5:37 p.m. Impossible. I'd left camp shortly after 9 a.m. and had been walking for no more than 2 hours. Nearly 7 hours had disappeared without explanation. A thunderous crack split the air, so loud and sudden that I instinctively dropped to the ground, covering my head with my arms. The sound reverberated through the forest like a physical force, shaking leaf litter from branches and sending vibrations through the earth beneath me. When I dared to look up, the rectangular slab had vanished, leaving only undisturbed forest floor where it had lain moments before. Despite the disorientation, some primal instinct propelled me to my feet. I needed to return to my campsite before complete darkness fell. Without consciously knowing which direction to take, I began walking with the desperate certainty of someone being pursued. Each step felt weighted, as though moving through water rather than air, yet I forced myself to continue. Remarkably, after less than 10 minutes of this frantic progress, familiar landmarks began to appear. First, a distinctive lightning-scarred oak I'd passed that morning. Then, a small stream crossing where I'd paused to drink. Finally, the edge of my clearing came into view, my red tent standing exactly as I'd left it hours before. The relief of reaching camp quickly gave way to renewed unease. Something fundamental had changed, not in the physical arrangement of my surroundings, but in the very atmosphere of this place I'd previously found so peaceful. The clearing no longer felt like a sanctuary. It felt like a trap. Dusk settled over the clearing with unnatural swiftness. One moment, faint sunlight still filtered through the canopy. The next, shadows pooled beneath the trees like spilled ink. I hurried to prepare for the approaching darkness, hands trembling as I gathered firewood and checked my supplies. My thoughts raced chaotically, attempting to rationalize the day's events. Perhaps I'd become temporarily disoriented in the woods, a common enough occurrence for inexperienced hikers. The missing hours could be explained by a simple misreading of my phone's display. The strange slab might have been nothing more than weathered construction debris abandoned decades ago, its disappearance a trick of light and shadow. Even the thunderous sound could have been a distant lightning strike or a falling tree. Yet these explanations felt hollow, constructed to avoid confronting the inexplicable reality I'd experienced. The cold that had surrounded the slab defied the mild autumn temperature. The missing hours couldn't be dismissed as mere confusion. And that sound, that terrible crack that seemed to split reality itself, had been unlike anything I'd ever heard. As darkness enveloped the forest completely, I built a fire larger than necessary, feeding it continually until flames leaped 3 feet high. The heat and light created an illusion of safety, though I understood how tenuous that protection truly was. Whatever had occurred earlier existed beyond conventional threats of wilderness predators or harsh weather. I heated a simple meal, but found myself unable to eat more than a few bites. My appetite had vanished, replaced by a gnawing anxiety that intensified with each passing minute. The forest had gone completely silent. No insects chirping, no owls calling, no small creatures rustling through underbrush. The absence of sound felt deliberate, as though the entire ecosystem held its collective breath. "You're letting your imagination run wild," I said aloud, desperate to hear any sound beyond the crackling of my fire. My voice sounded wrong somehow, flatter and more distant than it should have been. I considered hiking out immediately, despite the darkness. My headlamp would provide enough illumination to follow the trail back to my vehicle. But the thought of navigating these woods at night, potentially encountering whatever presence I'd sensed earlier, seemed infinitely more terrifying than remaining in the relative security of my campsite. So I waited, constantly feeding the fire, watching the flames consume branch after branch while shadows danced at the periphery of the light's reach. Occasionally, I convinced myself I saw movement just beyond the clearing, a darker patch within the darkness, shifting between tree trunks. Each time I would stare intently until my eyes watered, only to see nothing definitive. By my watch, it was just past 10 p.m. when I first heard it, a low rumbling sound emerging from the forest to my left. Initially, I mistook it for distant thunder, but the night sky remained clear and star-filled above the opening in the canopy. The sound persisted, gaining a rhythmic quality that disturbingly resembled breathing, deep, labored inhalations followed by rasping exhalations. I stood abruptly, flashlight in hand, directing the beam toward the source of the noise. The light penetrated only about 20 feet into the darkness before dissipating, revealing nothing but motionless trees. Yet the breathing continued, maintaining its steady cadence. Then, impossibly, the sound shifted position. Without any accompanying rustle of movement, the breathing now emanated from behind me, on the opposite side of the clearing. I spun around, heart pounding so violently I could feel each beat in my throat. Again, my flashlight beam revealed nothing unusual, though the sound remained unmistakable. "Who's there?" I called out, immediately regretting drawing attention to myself. My voice sounded pathetically small against the vastness of the forest night. No response came, save for that continuous, rhythmic breathing. It moved again, now seemingly circling the perimeter of my clearing, always remaining just beyond the reach of my light. Whatever produced that sound made no footfalls, disturbed no branches, yet traversed the forest with apparent ease. I retreated to my tent, zipping the entrance closed as though the thin nylon could provide meaningful protection. Inside, I positioned myself in the center of my sleeping bag, flashlight gripped in white-knuckled hands, ears straining to track the movement of the breathing entity. Hours passed in this state of heightened vigilance. The breathing never ceased, continuing its circuit around my campsite with methodical precision. Occasionally it would pause briefly, and these silences proved even more terrifying than the sound itself, moments when I imagined the entity had moved closer, perhaps standing just outside the tent wall. Around 3 or 4 a.m. the pattern changed. The breathing stopped its circular path and remained fixed in a single location directly in front of my tent entrance. The sound grew louder, deeper, as though whatever produced it had increased in size or drawn nearer. I sat frozen, scarcely daring to breathe myself, certain that at any moment the tent flap would open to reveal some unimaginable horror. Nothing happened. The breathing continued its unnatural rhythm from that fixed position for what felt like eternity. My muscles cramped from remaining motionless for so long, but fear prevented me from shifting to a more comfortable position. Any movement, any sound might provoke whatever waited outside. Eventually, exhaustion overcame terror, and I drifted into a state of semi-consciousness. Not true sleep, but a foggy limbo where reality and nightmare blurred. In this twilight awareness, I perceived subtle changes. The breathing developed undertones that resembled words in a language just beyond comprehension. And the air inside my tent grew increasingly dense, making each inhalation feel like drawing molasses into my lungs. When dawn finally arrived, announced by a gradual lightening of the fabric walls surrounding me, the breathing ceased abruptly. One moment it dominated my awareness. The next, complete silence fell. I remained motionless for another half hour, desperately listening for any indication that the entity still lurked nearby. Eventually, the normal sounds of morning began to emerge, birds cautiously resuming their calls, small animals moving through underbrush. The forest seemed to be returning to its natural state, though the memory of that unnatural breathing lingered like a physical presence. With trembling hands, I unzipped the tent entrance and peered outside. Morning mist hung between the trees, creating ethereal shapes that momentarily resembled figures before dissolving. The clearing appeared exactly as I'd left it. Fire reduced to smoldering coals, supplies arranged near the log where I'd sat. Only one detail had changed. A perfect circle of frost surrounded my tent, extending precisely 5 feet in every direction. Beyond this boundary, the ground remained untouched by frost despite the cool autumn night. Within the circle, every blade of grass, every fallen leaf, every tiny pebble wore a coating of crystalline white. I stepped carefully over this boundary, half expecting some resistance or sensation when crossing the threshold. Nothing happened, yet the unnatural precision of the frost circle left no doubt that whatever had circled my camp throughout the night had left its mark. Decision made itself. I would leave immediately. Whatever curiosity or stubbornness might have convinced me to stay despite the previous day's events had evaporated completely. This place had become fundamentally wrong in ways I couldn't articulate but felt with absolute certainty. I packed with frantic efficiency, rolling my sleeping bag haphazardly and cramming cooking equipment into my backpack without bothering to organize anything properly. Every few seconds I glanced over my shoulder, scanning the tree line for movement or anomalies. Nothing appeared out of place, yet the sensation of being observed intensified with each passing minute. The frost circle around my tent persisted despite the strengthening morning sun, its crystalline border remaining sharply defined while dew elsewhere began to evaporate. When I finally dismantled the tent, I discovered another disturbance beneath it, a perfect impression of the rectangular slab I'd encountered in the forest, pressed into the soil as though tremendous weight had compressed the earth during the night. This discovery sent me into a fresh spiral of panic. I abandoned any pretense of methodical packing and simply stuffed the remaining items into whatever space remained in my backpack. The tent I secured to the pack's exterior with trembling hands, not caring that it remained partially damp from condensation. Before departing, I kicked dirt over the fire pit, obliterating all evidence of my presence except for the compressed soil where my tent had stood. That impression of the rectangular slab remained stubbornly visible despite my efforts to scatter leaves across it. The trail back to my vehicle should have been straightforward, a gentle descent following natural contours through increasingly sparse woodland until reaching the unmarked parking area approximately 3 miles distant. I'd hiked it easily enough upon arrival, maintaining a clear mental map of key landmarks. Within 15 minutes of departure, however, I realized something was terribly wrong. The familiar trail markers I expected, a lightning-scarred oak, a distinctive rock formation, a small stream crossing, failed to materialize. Instead, I found myself moving through increasingly dense forest where no clear path existed, forcing me to navigate around thick underbrush and fallen trees. My compass proved useless, its needle spinning continuously rather than pointing reliably north. My phone displayed no signal and, more disturbingly, showed the same time regardless of how many minutes passed. 5:37 p.m., exactly as it had shown the previous day near the rectangular slab. Panic threatened to overwhelm rational thought. I forced myself to stop, close my eyes, and take several deep breaths. When my heartbeat slowed marginally, I reopened my eyes and attempted to orient myself using the sun's position. Based on its angle, I determined what should be roughly eastward and began walking in that direction, reasoning that any sustained straight line would eventually lead to the forest's edge. The character of the woodland changed subtly as I progressed. Trees grew increasingly uniform in size and spacing, creating an almost artificial geometric pattern across the landscape. The forest floor, previously covered with typical understory plants and leaf litter, gradually transformed into a carpet-like covering of moss in varying shades of green, punctuated occasionally by clusters of pale mushrooms arranged in perfect circles. The air temperature fluctuated wildly, one moment warm enough to induce perspiration, the next so cold my breath condensed instantly. These transitions occurred without warning and without apparent relation to sunlight or shade. After what my body suggested was several hours of hiking, though my watch and phone remained frozen at 5:37, I emerged into another clearing, one significantly larger than my campsite and perfectly circular in shape. At its center stood a crude altar-like structure composed of uncut stones stacked approximately waist-high. Atop this primitive altar lay the rectangular slab. Common sense screamed at me to turn around immediately, to find another path, any path, away from this clearing and its impossible centerpiece. Yet some compulsion drew me forward, step by reluctant step, until I stood before the stone arrangement. The slab looked identical to what I'd encountered the previous day, the same oily iridescence playing across its surface, the same perfect geometric proportions. Now, however, symbols had appeared along its perimeter. Characters resembling no alphabet I recognized, their forms seeming to shift slightly when viewed directly versus peripherally. "What do you want?" I asked aloud, my voice sounding foreign even to myself. The question emerged without conscious intention, as though someone else spoke using my vocal cords. No audible response came, yet I experienced a sudden, overwhelming sensation of presence. Not a single entity, but many, gathered around the clearing's edge, watching with collective intensity. Though I saw nothing when turning to look, the feeling of being surrounded remained undeniable. The air directly above the slab began to distort, creating a heat mirage effect that rippled outward. Within this distortion, colors appeared that defied description, not merely unusual hues, but colors that seemed fundamentally wrong, as though they existed in spectrums beyond normal human perception, yet had forced themselves into visibility. A high-pitched tone emanated from the slab, starting at the threshold of hearing and gradually increasing in both volume and depth until it vibrated through my entire body like some terrible instrument. The sound contained modulations reminiscent of speech, though nothing I could comprehend. Blood trickled from my nose, warm against my increasingly cold skin. The pressure inside my skull built until I feared my head might burst. I dropped to my knees before the altar, no longer in control of my motor functions as the tone reached crescendo. Then, abruptly, everything stopped. The tone vanished. The colors disappeared. The air stilled. In the sudden silence, I heard a voice, not external but within my own mind, speaking with perfect clarity. "You have been noticed." The words carried no emotional inflection, yet conveyed profound significance. They represented neither threat nor welcome, but simple acknowledgement of a fundamental change in status. I had crossed a threshold of awareness that could not be uncrossed. Go now. Carry what you have been given. With those final words, consciousness left me. I collapsed forward, forehead striking the edge of the slab, before darkness claimed my awareness completely. I awoke to the sound of automotive traffic. The transition was so abrupt, so completely disorienting, that several minutes passed before I could process my surroundings. I lay on my back beside a gravel access road, my backpack serving as an uncomfortable pillow beneath my head. Nearby, my vehicle sat exactly where I'd parked it 2 days earlier, morning sunlight glinting off its windshield. My clothing was filthy, covered with mud and various plant materials as though I'd been dragged through underbrush. A crusty trail of dried blood extended from my nose down across my chin and neck, disappearing beneath my collar. Every muscle in my body ached profoundly, and my head throbbed with the worst headache I'd ever experienced. With tremendous effort, I pushed myself into a sitting position and surveyed my immediate environment. The forest edge stood approximately 50 yards distant, trees swaying gently in the morning breeze. Nothing about their appearance suggested anything unusual, just ordinary woodland at the cusp of autumn color change. My watch and phone had resumed functioning normally. According to both devices, less than 48 hours had passed since my departure from home. The date matched what I expected, and the time read 8:17 a.m. Somehow, I had emerged from the forest and returned to my starting point. I had no memory of walking the final miles, no recollection of how I'd navigated to the access road. The last clear memory remained kneeling before that crude altar with the rectangular slab, hearing those words in my mind before losing consciousness. With trembling hands, I unzipped my backpack, half expecting to find the slab nestled among my camping gear. Instead, everything appeared normal. Tent, sleeping bag, cooking equipment, all packed in the haphazard manner I recalled from my frantic departure. Only one item seemed out of place, a small, smooth stone resting atop my clothing. Roughly the size of a silver dollar, its surface bore a single symbol, one of those incomprehensible characters I'd seen etched around the slab's perimeter. When I reluctantly picked it up, the stone felt neither warm nor cold, but somehow neutral, as though existing at some temperature beyond normal physical properties. I nearly threw it into the surrounding woods, but found myself unable to release it from my grip. Instead, I placed it carefully in my jacket pocket, where its weight seemed to exceed its actual mass, pulling the fabric downward with peculiar heaviness. Standing required multiple attempts, my balance compromised by exhaustion and lingering disorientation. Eventually, I managed to load my backpack into the vehicle and settle into the driver's seat. My reflection in the rearview mirror revealed a haggard stranger, face streaked with dirt and dried blood, eyes hollow with an expression I'd never seen on my own features before. Something fundamental had altered in my countenance. Some essential quality I couldn't name but recognized instantly as changed. The drive home passed in a fugue state. I navigated highways and local roads mechanically, muscle memory guiding my actions while my conscious mind retreated into a protective numbness. Only occasionally did images from the forest penetrate this emotional buffer, flashes of the rectangular slab, the perfect frost circle surrounding my tent, the rippling distortion above the stone altar. Arriving home provided no comfort. My apartment, once a sanctuary of normalcy, now seemed artificially constrained, its straight lines and right angles appearing somehow wrong after the organic geometries of the forest. I moved through familiar rooms feeling like an intruder in my own space. In the bathroom, I finally confronted my reflection properly. Beyond the obvious signs of physical ordeal, the dirt, the dried blood, the exhaustion, another change had manifested. My eyes, previously a nondescript brown, now contained flecks of iridescence that caught the light at certain angles, creating momentary prismatic effects before settling back into ordinary coloration. I showered mechanically, watching mud and forest debris swirl down the drain. The water stung against numerous small cuts and abrasions I hadn't noticed previously, injuries with no clear origin, scattered across my arms, legs, and torso, like some chaotic constellation. Clean and dressed in fresh clothing, I attempted to reintegrate into normal life. I called my supervisor to confirm my return to work the following day. I ordered delivery food since my refrigerator contained nothing edible after my absence. I responded to text messages from friends with reassurances that my camping trip had been refreshing and uneventful. All these actions felt performative, as though I were an actor portraying someone approximating normal behavior. The disconnect between this performance and my internal state grew increasingly pronounced as evening approached. Night brought new challenges. As darkness fell outside my windows, the memory of that breathing sound returned with visceral intensity. I found myself straining to hear whether similar rhythmic respiration might be present in my apartment, checking closets and under furniture for non-existent intruders. Sleep seemed an impossibility, yet exhaustion eventually claimed me around midnight. Dreams came immediately, vivid, coherent sequences unlike my usual fragmented sleep imagery. In these dreams, I stood before the stone altar in that perfect circular clearing, but now I wasn't alone. Figures surrounded me, their forms constantly shifting between humanoid and something utterly different, geometries rearranging themselves in ways that should have been impossible, yet seemed perfectly natural within the dream's context. They spoke without sound, communicating directly into my awareness. Though I couldn't consciously retain their messages upon waking, their communications left impressions, concepts rather than words, understandings that defied verbal expression. I jolted awake at precisely 5:37 a.m., drenched in perspiration despite the cool temperature of my bedroom. The small stone from my jacket pocket now lay on the pillow beside my head, though I had no recollection of placing it there. The symbol etched into its surface glowed faintly in the pre-dawn darkness, emitting a soft luminescence for several seconds before fading to normal appearance. That morning established what would become my new routine, functioning externally while internally processing inexplicable experiences that no rational framework could accommodate. I returned to work, engaged in social interactions, maintained the outward appearance of normalcy while carrying an awareness of something vast and impersonal that had, for reasons I couldn't comprehend, noticed me during my time in those woods. Days passed with artificial normalcy. I performed my job adequately, though colleagues occasionally commented on my distracted demeanor. I maintained minimal social engagements, finding extended human interaction increasingly difficult as the disconnect between ordinary conversation and my internal reality widened. The small stone never left my possession. I transferred it from pocket to pocket with each change of clothing, its weight a constant reminder of experiences that defied explanation. At night, regardless of where I placed it before sleeping, the stone always manifested on my pillow by morning. I stopped questioning this impossibility, accepting it as merely another aspect of my altered existence. Sleep patterns fragmented into brief periods of unconsciousness, punctuated by startling awakenings. Always these occurred at 5:37, regardless of when I initially fell asleep. Always the stone glowed briefly beside my head, its etched symbol pulsing with that strange luminescence before fading. Dreams remained unnervingly consistent. The circular clearing, the stone altar, the shifting entities communicating concepts too complex for waking comprehension. Upon awakening, I retained only emotional impressions. A sense of expectation, of preparation for something approaching, of transformation proceeding according to some incomprehensible schedule. Physical changes became increasingly difficult to ignore. The iridescent flecks in my eyes grew more pronounced, occasionally causing coworkers to ask if I had begun wearing colored contacts. My sleep deprivation should have manifested as deteriorating health, yet instead, I experienced surges of energy at unexpected moments, periods where my senses sharpened to painful intensity, perceiving details normally filtered by ordinary consciousness. During these episodes, common objects revealed geometric complexities previously invisible to me. Conversations around me developed auditory layers, words carrying secondary meanings beneath their surface pronunciation. Most disturbingly, certain individuals I encountered seemed temporarily transparent, their physical forms becoming translucent to reveal something else moving beneath the architecture of flesh and bone. Something reminiscent of those shifting entities from my dreams. These perceptual distortions typically lasted only minutes before normal awareness reasserted itself, leaving me disoriented and questioning my sanity. I researched possible medical explanations, neurological conditions, hallucinations resulting from traumatic experiences, parasitic infections contracted in the wilderness, but found nothing that comprehensively explained my symptoms. 1 week after returning from the forest, the first physical manifestation appeared in my apartment. I woke at the customary 5:37 a.m. to find a perfect frost circle surrounding my bed, identical to the one that had encircled my tent that terrible night. The crystalline border remained present for approximately 17 minutes before evaporating without leaving moisture behind, as though the frost had transformed directly from solid to gas without an intermediate liquid state. The following night brought the breathing sound, that same rhythmic, rasping respiration circling my bedroom with measured pacing. Though I saw nothing when turning on lights, the sound continued uninterrupted, maintaining its circuit until precisely 5:37 a.m. when it ceased simultaneously with my awakening. Each subsequent night introduced new phenomena, objects rearranging themselves while I slept, indecipherable symbols appearing in condensation on bathroom mirrors. Brief power fluctuations affecting only my apartment unit, the persistent smell of forest soil permeating rooms despite thorough cleaning. I began documenting these occurrences, initially to provide evidence for medical professionals I considered consulting. The resulting journal quickly expanded to dozens of pages filled with detailed descriptions, sketches of symbols, timestamps of anomalous events, and records of my increasingly vivid dreams. In reviewing these notes, patterns emerged that had escaped my notice during individual incidents. The phenomena followed precise 24-hour cycles, intensifying gradually, like an approaching wave. Materials containing metal responded more strongly than non-metallic objects. Electronic devices malfunctioned with increasing frequency, particularly when I experienced those episodes of heightened perception. Most significantly, all major manifestations corresponded with lunar phases. The most powerful events coincided with the new moon, when darkness was most complete. As illumination increased toward the full moon, phenomena weakened proportionally, providing brief periods of relative normalcy before beginning another cycle of intensification. 2 weeks after my return, during the apex of a new moon, I experienced what my journal entries later termed the visitation. Sleep had become nearly impossible that night. The breathing sound so loud it seemed to vibrate the walls themselves. The stone on my pillow pulsed with continuous light rather than its usual momentary glow, its etched symbol projecting onto the ceiling above my bed. At precisely 5:37 a.m., every electronic device in my apartment activated simultaneously, television displaying only static, computer booting without human input, kitchen appliances humming with power. The temperature dropped precipitously until my exhaled breath formed visible clouds in the bedroom air. The breathing sound ceased abruptly, replaced by perfect silence. In that vacuum of auditory input, words formed in my mind with the same clarity I'd experienced in the forest clearing. The preparation nears completion. The vessel accepts its purpose. A rectangular shape appeared on my bedroom wall, not projected from any visible source, but manifesting as though the wall itself had become temporarily transparent, revealing something behind ordinary reality. Within this aperture, I glimpsed the stone altar from the forest clearing, surrounded now by those shifting entities whose geometries defied comprehension. One entity separated from the others, approaching the boundary between their reality and mine. As it neared, its form stabilized into something almost human, almost but fundamentally wrong in proportions and movement. It extended what might generously be interpreted as a limb toward the boundary, causing the rectangular opening to ripple like disturbed water. We await your return. The door remains open. The entity withdrew, the rectangular portal collapsed, and normal reality reasserted itself with jarring suddenness. Electronics deactivated, temperature normalized, and the stone beside me ceased its illumination. Only the lingering smell of forest soil provided evidence that anything unusual had occurred. This visitation marked a turning point in my experience. Where previously I had interpreted these phenomena as something happening to me, some external force imposing itself upon my life, I now recognized a terrible truth. I had not escaped the forest at all. I had merely transported its essence into my everyday existence, carrying whatever connection had been established, like a seed gradually taking root. The forest had claimed me, and distance offered no protection from its influence. 3 weeks after my camping trip, I reached a breaking point. Sleep deprivation had left me hollow-eyed and disconnected from normal interaction. Colleagues avoided me, conversations faltering when I entered rooms. My supervisor suggested medical leave, citing concerns about my deteriorating appearance and erratic behavior. What they couldn't see were the changes accelerating beneath the surface. The iridescent flecks in my eyes had expanded to consume nearly half the iris, creating an opalescent quality that shifted in different lighting. My skin had developed a subtle translucency in certain areas, particularly my fingertips, which occasionally seemed to reveal shadowy structures beneath that matched no known anatomy. Most disturbing were the symbols that had begun appearing on my body. Faint patterns, identical to those etched around the rectangular slab, materializing on my skin without explanation. They resembled elaborate bruising at first glance, but closer examination revealed precise geometries that no conventional injury could produce. These markings appeared primarily across my chest and back, spreading gradually outward like some cryptic language writing itself across my flesh. I finally sought medical attention when one particularly vivid episode of heightened perception persisted for over 3 hours, rendering me unable to distinguish between physical objects and their geometric underlayment. The emergency room physician found nothing physically wrong beyond signs of extreme fatigue, prescribing rest and referring me to both a neurologist and a psychiatrist. Blood tests revealed no abnormalities, brain scans showed normal activity patterns, and a comprehensive metabolic panel indicated perfect health despite my obvious deterioration. Medical science provided no framework for understanding what was happening to me. The psychiatrist, a compassionate woman with graying hair and penetrating eyes, listened to a heavily edited version of my experiences. I omitted the more inexplicable elements, framing my symptoms within the context of possible post-traumatic stress following a disturbing experience while camping alone. She prescribed anti-anxiety medication and sleep aids, neither of which produced any effect when I attempted to use them. Returning home after these futile medical consultations, I found my apartment transformed. The breathing sound had become continuous, rather than limited to nighttime hours. Frost patterns covered every wall, forming intricate arrangements of the same symbols that had appeared on my skin. The rectangular portal had manifested permanently on my bedroom wall, though it remained opaque rather than transparent, its presence marked by a subtle distortion of light around its perfectly geometric edges. The small stone, my constant companion since emerging from the forest, had changed as well. Its surface now displayed multiple symbols in a constantly shifting arrangement, each configuration briefly stabilizing before reorganizing into new patterns. When held, it transmitted sensations directly into my awareness. Not quite sounds, not quite images, but data that bypassed normal sensory channels to deposit information directly into consciousness. Through this inexplicable communication, I finally began to comprehend what was happening to me. The entities I'd encountered, or more accurately, the singular consciousness that manifested through multiple projections, existed in dimensional arrangements adjacent to conventional reality. The rectangular slab represented a threshold between these dimensional states, and I had inadvertently initiated contact by discovering it in the forest. That contact had fundamentally altered my perceptual framework, gradually restructuring my awareness to accommodate realities normally filtered by human consciousness. The process wasn't malevolent in any conventional sense. The entities neither wished me harm nor particular benefit. Their interaction with me represented something closer to clinical curiosity, an examination of how human awareness might be reconfigured to perceive beyond its evolutionary limitations. The symbols appearing throughout my experiences served as a language of transformation, each arrangement corresponding to specific alterations in consciousness, gradually building towards some predetermined configuration. My body was changing to accommodate perceptual capacities it was never designed to contain, explaining the physical transformations I'd been experiencing. Most significantly, I understood that this process had reached a critical transition point. The continuous manifestations in my apartment, the permanent rectangular portal, the accelerating physical changes, all indicated that the boundary between ordinary reality and whatever existed beyond that threshold had weakened to near transparency. A decision point approached, one I would face fully conscious rather than in the fugue state that had characterized my first encounter with the slab. This realization brought neither panic nor relief, but a strange resignation. Whatever awaited me represented not an ending but a transition, passage through a doorway into something beyond conventional understanding. With this comprehension came decision. I could not continue existing between states, partially transformed yet incompletely integrated into either reality. The liminal space I currently occupied caused increasing destabilization both to my individual consciousness and to the localized environment surrounding me. The phenomena manifesting in my apartment would continue expanding outward, affecting an ever-widening area if the transition remained incomplete. The stone communicated one final concept before falling silent. Return was necessary. The circular clearing with its stone altar represented a focal point where dimensional barriers naturally thinned, allowing the completion process to occur with minimal disruption to surrounding reality. What had begun there must conclude there. With clear purpose for the first time in weeks, I packed minimally: clothing, water, the journal documenting my experiences, and most importantly, the small stone that had become both guide and translator. No camping equipment this time. Whatever transpired would not require conventional shelter. As I prepared to depart, one final manifestation occurred. The rectangular portal on my bedroom wall shifted from opacity to transparency, revealing the circular clearing bathed in moonlight. Through this opening, I could see the stone altar waiting at the center, the rectangular slab now standing vertically upon it like a doorway within a doorway. The entities gathered around the perimeter, their forms shifting between states of matter as they maintained their vigilant circle. One separated from the group, approaching the threshold where dimensional barriers had grown permeable. Its form stabilized momentarily into something almost comprehensible, a configuration of geometries that approximated humanoid structure while remaining fundamentally different. The circle completes itself. The transition awaits your arrival. The portal closed, returning to its previous opaque state. But the message remained clear. I knew where to go and what awaited me there. The forest had changed, or perhaps my perception of it had transformed. As I hiked toward the circular clearing, following an instinctive sense of direction rather than any marked trail, the woodland seemed to exist in multiple states simultaneously. Trees appeared solid when viewed directly, yet revealed complex underlying patterns when glimpsed peripherally. The ground beneath my feet felt simultaneously solid and permeable, as though I walked upon the surface of some greater depth that remained mostly concealed. Most notably, the forest had developed an unmistakable awareness of my presence. Not consciousness in any anthropomorphic sense, but a holistic responsiveness. Branches shifting slightly to clear my path, undergrowth parting before my steps, ambient sounds adjusting their tonal qualities as I passed. The entire ecosystem functioned as an extension of whatever force awaited me at the clearing, preparing the way for my return. Time behaved erratically during this journey. Moments stretched into subjective hours, then collapsed into instantaneous transitions across significant distances. The sun's position shifted unpredictably, sometimes advancing along normal trajectories, other times jumping backward or remaining fixed despite my continued movement. My watch displayed 5:37 continuously, regardless of actual duration. The stone in my pocket pulsed with increasing warmth as I approached my destination, its symbolic language transmitting directly into my awareness without requiring visual inspection. Through this communication, I understood that temporal inconsistencies represented not malfunction but glimpses of how reality appeared without human perceptual filters, time existing as variable density rather than linear progression. The transition into the circular clearing occurred without warning. One moment I navigated dense woodland, the next I stood at the perimeter of that perfect circle with its central stone altar. The rectangular slab stood vertically atop the crude stone arrangement, oriented like a doorway facing the direction from which I'd approached. Unlike my previous experiences in this location, I now perceived the entities clearly. Dozens of them positioned around the clearing's edge, their forms constantly shifting between states of matter and geometric configurations. They registered in my awareness as distinct presences with individual variations, yet simultaneously as projections of a unified consciousness examining reality through multiple perspectives. The air within the clearing displayed visible currents flowing in complex patterns that corresponded to energy exchanges between the entities and the central altar. Colors existed beyond normal spectral ranges, yet my altered perception processed these impossible hues without discomfort. Sound manifested as visible vibrations, creating synesthetic overlaps between sensory channels that would have overwhelmed my previous consciousness, but now seemed perfectly comprehensible. I approached the altar without hesitation, understanding that this moment represented the culmination of a process that had begun the instant I first encountered the rectangular slab. The entities maintained their positions but intensified their presence, their collective attention focused entirely on my progression toward the center. Standing before the vertical slab, I could now perceive its true nature. What had appeared as a simple rectangular object actually existed across multiple dimensional states simultaneously, a threshold between conventional reality and something far more complex. Its surface rippled with subtle movements, responding to proximities and potentialities as reality configurations shifted around it. The small stone in my pocket had reached painful heat. I removed it carefully, its etched symbols now glowing with steady blue-white radiance. Without conscious decision, I placed it against the surface of the vertical slab, a key inserted into its corresponding lock. Connection established, the entities communicated directly into my awareness. The transition requires consent. The doorway opens only through willing passage. Understanding flooded my consciousness. What had appeared as haunting or possession from my limited human perspective actually represented invitation and preparation. The entities had identified something in my fundamental awareness that resonated with their own existence, a capacity for perception beyond conventional human limitations. The entire process, from my initial discovery of the slab to this culminating moment, served to gradually reconfigure my consciousness to withstand direct contact with their reality without disintegration. The symbols that had appeared throughout my experiences, on the slab, in my dreams, across my skin, formed a transformative language, each arrangement corresponding to specific adjustments in my perceptual framework. The physical changes I'd undergone represented necessary modifications for consciousness to exist beyond conventional physical constraints. Now the final transition awaited, stepping through the threshold represented by the vertical slab. This passage would complete the transformation, integrating my consciousness fully into the broader reality these entities inhabited. My human form would remain, but would function merely as one configuration among many possible arrangements, allowing perception and existence across multiple dimensional states simultaneously. Facing this threshold, I experienced the first hesitation since beginning my return journey. Despite understanding the nature of the invitation, fundamental human uncertainty emerged. Fear of the unknown, attachment to familiar existence, concern about irreversibility. The entities recognized this hesitation, acknowledging it without judgment. Transformation preserves essence while transcending limitation. What you are remains. How you exist expands. With that assurance, my hesitation dissolved. I placed my hand against the surface of the rectangular slab, feeling resistance briefly before my flesh began passing through what appeared solid. The sensation resembled moving through extremely dense liquid, pressure without pain, resistance without prevention. As my arm penetrated further, perception expanded exponentially. I became simultaneously aware of multiple realities layered upon each other like pages in a book, each operating according to unique physical principles yet interconnected through dimensional adjacency. The entities existed across all these layers, their shifting forms representing momentary concentrations of their essence rather than true physical boundaries. Taking a final breath in conventional human fashion, I stepped fully into the rectangular threshold. For one suspended moment, I existed between states, partially in ordinary reality, partially in something vastly more complex. Then transition completed, awareness exploding outward to encompass perspectives beyond anything conceivable to ordinary human consciousness. I remained physically present in the forest clearing, observable by conventional means should anyone happen upon this remote location. Simultaneously, I existed elsewhere and elsewhen, perceiving through sensory arrangements that transcended biological limitation. The entities surrounded me in configurations invisible to normal human perception, our consciousnesses overlapping without merging, sharing awareness while maintaining distinct essence. From this expanded perspective, I understood the clearing's true significance, a naturally occurring convergence point where dimensional barriers thinned cyclically, allowing controlled interaction between realities. Similar locations existed globally, each serving as potential transition sites for consciousness capable of adaptation. The entities had monitored these locations for time periods beyond human historical record, occasionally identifying individuals with perceptual flexibility sufficient for contact. My camping trip had not been random chance, but unconscious response to subtle influence, drawn to that particular location at that specific time because some essential quality in my awareness resonated with the thinning dimensional barriers. The seemingly terrifying experiences that followed represented necessary recalibration of consciousness, preparing perception gradually rather than overwhelming it with sudden expansion. Now, fully transitioned yet still maintaining human configuration, I faced a decision: return to conventional existence with expanded awareness, or accompany the entities into deeper dimensional states beyond the forest clearing. Both options remained available, the transformation preserving autonomy while enhancing potential. The entities presented no preference, valuing individual determination above predetermined outcomes. Their purpose involved facilitating awareness expansion rather than directing its application, offering doorways without specifying destinations. Standing at this junction between realities, perceiving multiplicities that normal human consciousness filtered into singular experience, I made my choice. The forest remains watchful, its circular clearing occasionally thinning between dimensional states. The rectangular threshold still materializes during specific convergences, visible momentarily to those whose perception has begun the subtle shift toward expanded awareness. Sometimes, in the deepest hours of night when conventional reality ebbs to its thinnest state, those camping in remote woodlands might perceive unusual geometries among ordinary trees, or hear breathing sounds that circle with impossible precision, or glimpse rectangular shapes reflecting starlight where no manufactured objects should exist. For those individuals, transformation has already begun. The doorway awaits their eventual return, as it awaited mine. The circle completes itself, again and again, as consciousness evolves beyond its original constraints into something simultaneous, more human and more than human. All that remains is willing passage through the threshold. The smell of microwave popcorn filled Jade's apartment as I settled onto her plush couch, wrapped in the throw blanket I'd claimed as my own over years of friendship. It was October 2022, and at 28, I found these quiet nights increasingly precious as adult responsibilities consumed more of our lives. Her apartment was cozy despite its disorganization. String lights illuminated stacks of books and half-finished craft projects, while photos of our college adventures covered nearly every wall space. "I've missed this," I said, watching her arrange snacks on the coffee table. "Work has been absolute torture lately." Jade nodded as she poured wine into mismatched glasses. "Tell me about it. The promotion sounds great until you're drowning in spreadsheets at midnight." We hadn't seen each other in nearly 2 months, our longest gap since becoming friends in freshman year. The plan was simple: comfort food, nostalgic movies, and absolutely no discussion of our professional lives. Her apartment perfectly reflected her personality, chaotic but inviting. Empty coffee mugs collected on bookshelves beside carefully tended plants, and her collection of vintage movie posters gave the space a unique charm. "I cleaned for 3 hours before you got here," she confessed, noticing my glance at the scattered magazines. "This is actually the presentable version." I laughed. "You should see my place. I'm pretty sure something's evolving in my refrigerator at this point." As Jade scrolled through streaming options, I sank deeper into the couch. The familiar comfort of our friendship temporarily masked the exhaustion that had been my constant companion for weeks. Outside, rain began to tap against the windows, creating the perfect backdrop for our evening. "So, dinner," Jade announced, putting down the remote. "I was thinking pizza. That place on Westmore that we used to love just started delivering to this neighborhood." "Perfect," I agreed, already imagining the garlic knots that had sustained us through countless study sessions. "My treat this time." Jade hesitated slightly, her fingers hovering over her phone. "Actually, I've got this guy who might be bringing it over." She caught my expression and quickly added, "Not like that. He's just, well, you'll see. His name is Gordon. He helps me out sometimes." I raised an eyebrow. "Helps you out? That sounds suspiciously like you've acquired a personal assistant." "It's not like that," she insisted, though her tone suggested otherwise. "He's just really helpful." Little did I understand the true meaning behind her words, or how significantly this helpful stranger would alter the course of our lives. When the doorbell rang 40 minutes later, Jade jumped up with unexpected nervousness. "That'll be Gordon with the food," she said, smoothing her sweatpants as if suddenly self-conscious about her appearance. "Just the delivery guy," I mumbled, slightly annoyed at the interruption to our evening. I had assumed we'd be alone. The man who entered carried more than just pizza boxes. An immediate atmosphere of awkwardness followed him into the room, tall, thin, with darting eyes that never quite settled on anything. He appeared to be in his early 30s, dressed in a neatly pressed button-down shirt that seemed oddly formal for delivering food. "Hi, Gordon," Jade greeted him with excessive warmth. "Thanks so much for doing this." "No problem at all," he replied, his voice softer than his frame would suggest. He placed the boxes on the counter with careful precision. "I got extra napkins like you asked, and those breadsticks from the place across town that you mentioned last week." I noticed he'd brought items from 2 different restaurants, a detail that struck me as strange for ordinary delivery. "Gordon, this is my friend," Jade introduced us. "We've known each other since college." His eyes finally connected with mine, and I felt a strange sensation, like being examined rather than seen. "Nice to meet you," he said, extending a hand that was unexpectedly cold. "Likewise," I responded automatically, discomfort building as he held the handshake several seconds too long. "Gordon has been amazingly helpful since I moved to this neighborhood," Jade explained, her tone suggesting she wanted me to approve of him. "He knows everyone and everything around here." Gordon's posture changed subtly at the praise, standing straighter as a hint of smile formed. "Just trying to be neighborly." The conversation stalled into uncomfortable silence before Gordon suddenly asked, "Do you live nearby too?" Before I could formulate a vague answer, Jade supplied, "She's over on Riverview, in those new apartments." I shot her a look of betrayal as Gordon nodded, mentally filing away this information. "That's a nice area. Great running trails behind those buildings." The implication that he knew my neighborhood in detail made me uneasy. "Maybe we could exchange numbers," he suggested, phone already in hand, "in case you ever need anything delivered, or help with, well, anything at all." With Jade watching expectantly, I reluctantly recited my number, which Gordon saved with meticulous attention. "Well, I should let you enjoy your evening," he finally said, though he made no immediate move toward the door. "Thanks again, Gordon. Drive safe," Jade prompted, finally giving him the cue to leave. When the door closed behind him, I turned to Jade with widened eyes. "What was that about?" She busied herself with the pizza boxes. "He's just really helpful. Picks up groceries, does errands. It started when I needed help moving a bookshelf, and now he's your unpaid servant who knows where I live," I finished. "He's harmless," she insisted. "Just lonely, I think. No social skills, but desperately wants friends." As we settled back with our food, I couldn't shake the sensation of Gordon's cold handshake or the way his eyes had cataloged every detail of my appearance. Despite Jade's assurances, something about Gordon felt deeply wrong, a feeling I would later wish I had trusted more fully. Within hours of meeting Gordon, my phone buzzed with a new group message. "Created new chat, weekend friends," read the notification, followed by Gordon's first message, a meme about pizza that wasn't particularly funny. "He added you to our chat," Jade texted privately. "Sorry, he does this." Over the next weeks, Gordon maintained a careful digital presence, sending just enough messages to remain connected without crossing into obvious harassment. His strategy seemed calculated. A funny video on Tuesday, a local news story on Thursday, an offer of assistance every Saturday morning like clockwork. "Need any help this weekend?" became his refrain, accompanied by lists of errands he could run or tasks he could complete. I consistently declined with brief politeness. "All good this weekend, but thanks." His responses were always immediate and excessive. "No problem at all. Just let me know if anything changes. Happy to help anytime. Enjoy your weekend." The exclamation points felt like tiny shouts of desperation. Through Jade, I learned more about Gordon's involvement in her life. He had somehow integrated himself into her routine, delivering groceries she never requested, appearing with coffee when she casually mentioned being tired, offering rides when her car was in the shop. "Doesn't it concern you?" I asked during one of our phone calls. how much he knows about your schedule. Sometimes, she admitted. But it's also really convenient, and he never asks for anything in return. That's what worries me, I replied. People usually want something. When Gordon began referencing details I'd mentioned in conversations with Jade, my dislike of mushrooms, my work schedule, a planned trip to visit my parents, I realized he was extracting information indirectly. His knowledge accumulated in small, seemingly innocuous pieces. My favorite coffee shop, my running route, my car's make and model, my apartment building's layout. Each detail insignificant alone but disturbing in aggregate. I began carefully filtering information shared with Jade, knowing it might reach Gordon. This caution proved justified when he sent a "get well soon" message after I'd called in sick to work, information I'd only shared with my boss and Jade. The persistent offers of help continued until, in a moment of poor judgment I would come to deeply regret, I finally accepted. The washing machine in my apartment building had been broken for 2 weeks when I spotted a reasonably priced replacement on an online marketplace. The problem, I had no way to transport it, and professional installation was beyond my budget. During a moment of frustration, I mentioned this in the group chat. Gordon's response was instantaneous. "I can help. I have a truck and know how to install washing machines. When would work for you?" After a day of deliberation and Jade's assurance that Gordon had helped her with similar tasks, I reluctantly agreed. "That would be really helpful, actually. Are you sure it's not too much trouble?" "No trouble at all. Happy to help," came his eager reply. That Saturday, Gordon arrived in a meticulously clean pickup truck, wearing work gloves and carrying a toolbox that appeared to contain every possible tool required. The efficiency with which he loaded the washing machine, transported it, and installed it in my apartment was admittedly impressive. What unsettled me was his attention to my living space, the way his eyes lingered on family photos, how he noted my book collection, the casual opening of cabinets under the premise of looking for connections. "You have a nice place," he commented, his gaze sweeping across my apartment in what felt like memorization. "Very secure building, too. Good locks." When the installation was complete, I attempted to pay him for his time and effort. "Please let me give you something for all this work." Gordon shook his head firmly. "I don't want your money." "Then at least let me buy you lunch or something," I insisted, uncomfortable with the imbalance of obligation. His expression shifted subtly. "Actually, there is something." He maintained casual eye contact that felt anything but casual. "There's this trail I know, not far from here. Great views. Maybe we could hike it sometime? This weekend, perhaps?" The request hung in the air, seemingly innocent yet loaded with implication. My instinct screamed to decline, but the weight of social obligation, he had just spent 3 hours helping me, made outright rejection difficult. "I suppose that would work," I heard myself agreeing. "Just a short hike, though. I have plans later in the day." Gordon's face transformed with genuine pleasure. "Great. I'll pick you up Sunday at 9. After he left, I immediately called Jade. I just agreed to go hiking with Gordon. "Oh," she paused. "That's new. He's never asked me to do anything social." "Should I be worried?" I asked directly. "No," she answered, though her hesitation was noticeable. "He's odd, but harmless. Just maybe keep your location shared with me." That night I researched the trail Gordon had mentioned, Oak Ridge Trail, a popular local hiking spot with well-traveled paths and regular ranger patrols. This knowledge provided some comfort, but anxiety still crept through my dreams, manifesting as visions of forests and watching eyes. Sunday morning arrived with perfect autumn clarity, crisp air, golden sunlight, and a sky so intensely blue it seemed artificially enhanced. Under different circumstances, it would have been an ideal day for hiking. Gordon arrived precisely at 9, his truck freshly washed, wearing hiking boots that appeared brand new. He had brought water bottles, trail mix, and a first aid kit, all presented with a shopkeeper's pride. "Safety first," he said, indicating the kit. "Never know what might happen on a trail." The drive to Oak Ridge was filled with Gordon's monologue about local history, plant identification, and hiking safety. information delivered with the rehearsed quality of a tour guide. I contributed occasional acknowledgments while sharing my location with both Jade and my sister. The trailhead parking lot contained several other vehicles, a reassuring sign of other hikers. Gordon seemed slightly disappointed by this. "It's busier than usual," he remarked. "We might want to take one of the less traveled paths to get the full experience." "I prefer staying on the main trail," I countered firmly, "especially since I'm not familiar with this area." He acquiesced with a tight smile, and we began our hike on the well-marked main path. For the first mile, everything progressed normally. Gordon maintained a respectful distance, pointed out interesting plants, and shared genuinely engaging facts about local wildlife. The tension in my shoulders began to ease slightly as we passed other hiking groups. Then we reached a fork in the trail. "The main path continues that way," Gordon indicated the wider, clearly maintained route. "But there's something really special down this side trail. Something not many people get to see." The smaller path veered sharply downhill, disappearing into denser forest. No other hikers were visible in that direction. "What's down there?" I asked, remaining firmly in place. "It's hard to explain," Gordon replied, his voice taking on an unusual intensity. "It's something I discovered a few weeks ago, something remarkable. I've been waiting for the right person to share it with." Alarm bells screamed in my mind as Gordon stepped closer, his expression shifting into something I hadn't seen before, an almost childlike excitement tinged with something darker. "It's not far," he continued, already moving toward the side path. "Just 5 minutes. You'll never forget it, I promise." Making a split-second decision I would later recognize as profoundly unwise, I followed, partially from curiosity, partially from the social pressure of not wanting to seem unreasonable, and partially from the false security of knowing others were nearby on the main trail. The side path descended steeply, forcing us to navigate exposed roots and slippery leaves. The sunlight diminished as the tree canopy thickened overhead, temperature dropping noticeably. Gordon moved with unexpected agility, frequently looking back to ensure I was following. After several minutes, longer than the promised 5, Gordon stopped abruptly. "We're almost there," he whispered, though there was no apparent reason for lowered voices. "Just through these trees." He pushed aside a branch, revealing a small clearing surrounded by dense undergrowth. My heart rate accelerated as I stepped forward, unsure what I expected to find. What awaited would permanently alter the trajectory of my life. The clearing was unremarkable at first glance. A depression in the forest floor scattered with fallen leaves and broken branches. Then the smell registered, a heavy, sickly sweet odor that caught in my throat and triggered an instinctive recoil. Gordon stood motionless, watching me intently. "Do you see it?" I didn't want to look where he was indicating, but my eyes followed his gesture to a disturbed area of ground partially concealed by gathered branches and leaves. Through the deliberate camouflage, I could distinguish the unmistakable shape of a human form. The body lay, face up, partially buried but clearly visible. A man in his 40s dressed in hiking clothes, now discolored and degraded. Natural decomposition had begun its inexorable process, the face distorted but still recognizably human. Various insects moved purposefully across the exposed skin. My body responded before my mind could process, stepping backward, breathing quickening, fingernails digging into my palms. "Isn't it fascinating?" Gordon's voice had transformed, carrying a reverent quality that chilled me more than the sight itself. "I found him 3 weeks ago. No one else knows he's here." Horror compounded as the implications clarified. Gordon had discovered a dead body in the woods and chosen to keep it secret, to preserve it as a macabre exhibit to share with select viewers. "We need to call the police," I managed, voice barely cooperating. Gordon continued as if I hadn't spoken. "At first the smell was overwhelming, but it's better now. I've been documenting the changes. Nature's recycling process is remarkably efficient." The casualness of his tone, discussing human decomposition as one might describe a science experiment, triggered a surge of adrenaline. My survival instincts finally overcame social conditioning. "I think I'm going to be sick," I gasped, turning away. "I need to get back to the main trail." Gordon stepped closer, his expression showing not concern, but disappointment. We just got here. Don't you want to look closer? The way the insects have specialized is truly remarkable. No, I said firmly, already moving backward. I need air. We need to report this immediately. As I retreated up the path, Gordon followed reluctantly. Most people don't understand, he called after me. They're disconnected from the reality of death. This is natural, beautiful even. I increased my pace, desperate to reach other hikers. The isolation of the side trail now felt suffocating, the distance back to safety impossibly long. Gordon kept pace easily, continuing his disturbing commentary. When we finally emerged onto the main trail, I spotted an older couple approaching. With forced casualness that took tremendous effort, I called out to them. "Excuse me, could you point us toward the trailhead? I think we took a wrong turn." The man consulted a trail map. "You're heading the right way, but it's about 2 miles back." "Would you mind if we walked with you?" I asked, ignoring Gordon's frown. "I'm feeling a bit lightheaded." The couple agreed readily, and I positioned myself between them and Gordon, ensuring I wouldn't be left alone with him again. The mile-long walk back felt interminable, my mind racing between processing what I'd seen and planning my next actions. As we approached the parking area, I pulled out my phone and pretended to receive a call. "Hi, Jade," I said to the silent phone. "Yes, I'm still with Gordon. We're just finishing our hike. I'll have him drop me at your place in about 20 minutes, okay?" Gordon watched this performance with narrowed eyes but said nothing. Inside Gordon's truck, silence hung heavily as we pulled away from the trailhead. My heart hammered against my ribs as I gripped my phone tightly, ready to call emergency services at the first sign of danger. "You didn't enjoy our discovery," Gordon finally said, his tone suggesting genuine bewilderment. "Gordon, that was a dead person," I stated firmly. "Someone who should be reported to authorities and returned to their family." He shrugged slightly. "Death is part of life. Most people hide from it, but I find that dishonest." "Did you—" I hesitated, uncertain how to phrase my suspicion. "How did you first find the body?" "Hiking," he answered simply. "Same trail, about 3 weeks ago. I was exploring off-path, and there he was." I studied his profile, searching for tells of deception. "And you didn't report it because—" "Reports mean paperwork, questions, interruptions to the natural process." His fingers tightened on the steering wheel. "People fear what they don't understand." While his explanation left critical questions unanswered, his attention remained fortunately focused on driving. I texted Jade under the guise of checking my notifications. "Emergency. Gordon showed me a dead body in the woods. Not joking. Coming to your place. Call police after we arrive." Her response was immediate. "What? Are you safe? Should I call now?" "Wait until I'm there. Don't want him to run. Act normal when we arrive." The 20-minute drive stretched into eternity. I maintained superficial conversation while mentally cataloging every detail I could remember about the body and location to report to police. When we finally reached Jade's apartment, she was waiting outside, her casual pose betrayed by the tension visible in her shoulders. "Thanks for the ride," I told Gordon, exiting quickly. "And the hike. We should do it again," he suggested, seeming genuinely oblivious to the horror of the situation. "There's more to see on other trails." "Sure," I lied. "Text me." Jade and I watched him drive away before rushing inside. The moment her door closed, I collapsed against it, trembling uncontrollably. "Tell me everything," she demanded. Between gasping breaths, I recounted the discovery. Jade called the police immediately, her voice steadied despite her pallor. Within 30 minutes, 2 detectives sat in Jade's living room as I detailed my experience. They listened with professional detachment, occasionally interjecting with clarifying questions. "And you're certain the individual was deceased?" one asked. "Not injured?" "Absolutely certain," I confirmed. "Decomposition was advanced." They asked about Gordon, his full name, address, how we knew him, his behavior before and after showing me the body. I described his disturbing fascination and lack of appropriate emotional response. "We'll need you to guide officers to the location," the detective explained. "Can you do that tomorrow morning?" I nodded, despite the revulsion at the thought of returning. After they left, Jade and I sat in stunned silence before she finally spoke. "I never thought he was strange, but we need to cut him out completely," I insisted. "Block his number, his social media, everything." "What if he retaliates?" she whispered. "He knows where we both live." The realization that Gordon now presented an active threat rather than merely an unsettling presence settled over us like a shroud. "We need a plan," I said. "A careful exit strategy." The following weeks unfolded in a blur of police statements, nightmares, and constant vigilance. I led officers to the body, which was recovered and later identified as a 45-year-old hiker who had been reported missing a month earlier. Cause of death was determined to be a cardiac event, a natural death that Gordon had transformed into something macabre through his actions. Gordon himself remained disturbingly present in our periphery. His messages continued as if nothing had happened, though we responded with increasing brevity. Police questioned him extensively about his failure to report finding the body, but without evidence of foul play in the hiker's death, they could only charge him with relatively minor offenses related to interfering with a death scene. Our exit strategy from Gordon's life proceeded with excruciating slowness. We feared that an abrupt disconnection might trigger escalation, so instead we implemented a deliberate fade, delayed responses, claims of busyness, gradual unavailability. Gordon seemed to sense the withdrawal. His messages increased in frequency, even as our responses decreased. He appeared unexpectedly outside Jade's workplace one afternoon, just to say hello, and left packages of unrequested groceries at our doors. The breakthrough came unexpectedly when Jade began dating someone. When she mentioned her new relationship in our group chat, Gordon's messages suddenly ceased entirely. The silence was both relieving and unnerving. 3 months after the hiking incident, police arrested a man in connection with another death, a homicide that had occurred in the same forest region. Through social media investigation, they discovered this man had connections to Gordon. They followed each other on several platforms and had exchanged messages. While Gordon was never charged with direct involvement in any homicide, the investigation revealed disturbing patterns in his behavior. Documented fascination with death scenes, extensive photography of roadkill and dead animals, and journal entries detailing his observations of decomposition processes. Psychological evaluation concluded he suffered from a complex combination of conditions that manifested in his inappropriate responses to death and human remains, along with his patterns of intrusive behavior and social misconduct. Today, 5 years later, I still avoid hiking trails. The rustle of leaves in wooded areas triggers immediate anxiety. Jade has moved to another state, partly motivated by putting distance between herself and the memories of Gordon. The last we heard, Gordon had been institutionalized after an incident involving cemetery desecration. While his direct connection to any murder remains unproven, his relationship with death continues to exist outside normal human boundaries. What stays with me most isn't the disturbing image of the body in the woods, though that appears often enough in dreams. Rather, it's the memory of Gordon's expression as he showed me his discovery, the genuine incomprehension that I didn't share his fascination, the complete disconnect from normal human emotion. In the years since, I've come to understand that the most terrifying monsters aren't supernatural creatures lurking in shadows. They're the people walking among us whose internal landscape is so fundamentally different from our own that connection becomes impossible. People who look human but operate by unfathomable rules. I keep my doors doubly locked now. I verify the identity of delivery people through peepholes. I no longer give out my phone number casually, and I've become selective about which social media platforms I use. Most importantly, I've learned to trust that flutter of unease when something feels wrong about a person or situation. That sensation exists for a reason, an evolutionary warning system honed over millennia of human experience. When someone shows you who they are, especially in small, unsettling ways, believe them the first time. Your survival may depend on it. I never planned to become a park ranger in the Alaskan wilderness. 6 months ago, I was drowning in student debt and stuck in a cubicle job that slowly drained my soul. When the position appeared in my job alerts, Wilderness Ranger, Remote Station, Tongass National Forest, something deep inside me resonated with it. The listing mentioned extreme isolation, self-sufficiency required, and wildlife encounters expected, as if they were warnings. To me, they sounded like promises. The interview was conducted over a spotty satellite connection. Chief Ranger McKenna, a weathered woman with eyes that had seen too much wilderness, seemed surprised by my enthusiasm. Most applicants back out when they understand how remote Nagitli Station really is, she said, the indigenous name rolling off her tongue with practiced ease. 3 days hike from the nearest road. Supply drops once monthly. No cell service, just you, the forest, and whatever lives in it. That's exactly what I'm looking for, I replied. 2 weeks later, I was in a float plane soaring over endless green, watching mountains rise like ancient guardians from mist-shrouded valleys. Below us, pristine lakes mirrored the sky, unmarred by human presence. The pilot, a man of few words named Rivera, pointed toward a tiny clearing where a rustic cabin sat at the edge of a perfect oval lake. Nagitli, he said, means watcher at the edge in the local language. It's been a ranger station for 60 years, but the indigenous people had stories about this place long before that. The cabin was more substantial than I expected. A sturdy 2-room structure with a stone fireplace, solar panels, and a small radio setup for weekly check-ins. Behind it stood a storage shed and a small dock extending into the clear waters of Lake Akiwaganji. Mountains surrounded us on 3 sides, with the 4th opening into deep forest that stretched for hundreds of miles. Rivera helped unload my supplies, gave me a brief orientation, then prepared to leave. As he readied the float plane, he paused. Listen, I know McKenna gave you the official briefing, but there's something you should know. The last 3 rangers at this station requested transfers within a month. 1 left the service entirely. Why? I asked, feeling the first flutter of uncertainty. They said they felt watched. I fly supplies to a dozen remote stations, and this one feels different. He shrugged, clearly uncomfortable. Probably nothing. But keep your radio charged and your bear spray closer. With that cryptic warning, he was gone, the drone of the float plane engine fading until only the sounds of the wilderness remained. Wind through tall pines, water lapping at the shore, and distant bird calls. I spent that first day organizing supplies and familiarizing myself with the cabin. The previous ranger had left everything impeccably clean and organized, though I found notes in the logbook that grew increasingly terse and anxious toward the end. The final entry simply read, "Something broke the motion sensor again. Not an animal. Going to request early extraction tomorrow." That night I sat on the cabin's porch, watching darkness claim the wilderness. The vastness of the Alaskan taiga stretched before me, ancient and indifferent to my presence. Stars emerged in breathtaking clarity, unhindered by light pollution. For the first time in years, I felt peace. Until I heard the knocking. 3 distinct knocks from deep in the forest, like someone striking a hollow tree with tremendous force. Then silence. I waited, heart suddenly pounding, but the sound wasn't repeated. I consulted the Ranger Handbook on wildlife behaviors. Bears sometimes clawed at trees, but the sound was unmistakably deliberate. I made a note to check for woodpecker activity in the morning, though the knocks had been far too powerful for any bird. Sleep came reluctantly that first night. Every creak of the cabin settling, every gust of wind against the windows jerked me back to alertness. By dawn, exhaustion had overcome vigilance, and I fell into uneasy dreams. My first week passed in a routine of boundary patrols, wildlife observations, and habitat assessments. The work was physically demanding but deeply satisfying. I cataloged bear activity, monitored eagle nests, and mapped invasive plant species. Each day brought new discoveries, a hidden waterfall, a meadow carpeted with wildflowers, the tracks of animals rarely seen by human eyes. But always there was the feeling of being observed. It wasn't constant. Hours would pass in perfect solitude. Then suddenly, while crouching to photograph animal tracks or pausing to consult my map, awareness would prickle across my neck. I'd turn to find nothing but silent trees swaying in the breeze. On the 8th night, I woke to the sound of heavy footsteps circling the cabin. Slow, deliberate, with a weight that no human could produce. I lay frozen, listening as whatever it was completed a full circuit, paused at the porch, then retreated into the forest with receding crunches of pine needles. The next morning I found massive tracks in the soft earth around the cabin. Barefoot but impossibly large, easily twice the size of my size 11 boots. The stride length measured nearly 7 feet. No bear walks exclusively on hind legs for that distance. I photographed the prints before they were erased by a sudden rainfall, knowing how implausible they would seem to others. That evening, I radioed McKenna for my scheduled check-in. "How are you settling in?" she asked after we'd covered the official report items. "Well enough," I hesitated. "I've been finding some unusual tracks around the station, larger than bear, bipedal, and there are sounds at night." A long silence followed. "The indigenous people called that area Nagitli for a reason," she finally said. "It means watcher at the edge, but there's more to the story. They believed it marked the boundary between the human world and something else, something older." "Are you talking about—" "I'm not talking about anything officially," she interrupted. "Officially, you're reporting possible bear activity, but I'll tell you what my predecessor told me. Whatever you do, don't follow it into the deep forest. The station is safe ground, has been for generations. Stay close to the cabin after dark." The radio crackled with static as if something was interfering with the signal. "We're breaking up," I said. "One more thing," her voice came through broken and distorted. "If you hear your name called from the forest, even if it sounds like someone you—" The connection died completely. That night I dreamed of walking through endless trees, following massive footprints that led deeper and deeper into darkness. In the distance, something enormous moved between ancient trunks, always just out of clear sight. I woke gasping, the first light of dawn filtering through my window. Something had scratched symbols into the cabin door during the night. The marks on my cabin door resembled no animal scratches I'd ever seen. 3 vertical lines crossed by 2 horizontal ones, deliberate, geometric, carved with precision into the wood. I photographed them, then consulted the station's reference materials for similar indigenous symbols. Finding nothing, I added detailed notes to the logbook, alongside the previous ranger's increasingly disturbed entries. That morning, I hiked to the ridge overlooking Lake Akiwa-Ganji, partly for scheduled environmental monitoring, partly to clear my head. The vast wilderness stretched in every direction, 100 shades of green beneath the bright blue Alaskan sky. Ravens wheeled overhead, their calls echoing across the valley. As I adjusted my binoculars to count eagle nests on the far cliffs, movement caught my eye near the forest edge below. Something large moved through the tree line, not with the meandering path of a bear, but with purpose. Though mostly obscured by vegetation, its height was striking, towering above the undergrowth. It paused, and despite the distance, I felt with absolute certainty it was looking directly at me. I lowered my binoculars, heart hammering. When I raised them again, whatever it was had vanished. That afternoon, I encountered Constantine, one of the few humans within 50 miles of my station. An elderly Tlingit man who lived in a small cabin near the southern boundary of my patrol area. He supplemented his subsistence fishing by serving as an unofficial guide for the rare adventurous tourist. His weathered face brightened at the sight of a visitor. "The new watcher at Nagitli," he said, inviting me in for tea. "I wondered how long before you'd find your way here." His cabin was small but immaculately kept, walls adorned with traditional carvings and family photographs spanning generations. As we sipped strong black tea, I described the tracks, the knocking, and the symbols carved into my door. Constantine's expression grew somber. "My grandmother called them Kushtaka, the land otter men of our stories. Others have different names. The Russians who trapped here called them Leshi, forest masters. The gold miners had cruder names." He shrugged. "Names don't matter. They've walked these forests since before humans came." "You're talking about Bigfoot," I said. the word feeling ridiculous in my mouth. He frowned. That Hollywood name trivializes something ancient, something that remembers when glaciers covered this land. But they're not real, I said, immediately regretting how dismissive it sounded. Rather than taking offense, Constantine smiled with genuine amusement. Tell that to whatever carved your door last night. He rose and retrieved an old leather-bound journal from a shelf. My great-grandfather was guide for a Russian expedition in 1887. A scientist, 2 hunters, and a photographer. They came looking for evidence. He opened the journal to reveal detailed sketches and faded Cyrillic script. Only my great-grandfather returned. The sketches showed the same symbol that had been carved into my cabin door. What does it mean? I asked. Boundary, warning. The exact meaning is lost, but it's always found at the edge of their territory. He closed the journal. Your cabin sits on safe ground, neutral territory established by agreement older than written history, but they're reminding you of the boundary. This can't be real, I said, though doubt had begun to erode my certainty. Whether you believe doesn't matter to them, he replied. But disrespect their boundaries, and belief becomes unnecessary. Experience replaces it. As I prepared to leave, Constantine handed me a small carved wooden pendant on a leather cord. My grandmother made this protective charm. I've never needed it. They know me, but you're new. Until they decide about you, wear it. I accepted it to be polite, slipping it around my neck beneath my ranger shirt. One more thing, he added as I stepped outside. If you need to leave your cabin at night, always bring fire. They respect fire. It's the one human thing that truly belongs to us alone. That evening, returning to my station, I noticed fresh tracks crossing my path. The same enormous barefoot prints. They paralleled my route back to the cabin, always keeping just within the tree line, watching my progress. I tried radioing McKenna again, but received only static. The atmospheric interference had worsened, though the sky remained clear. Even my emergency satellite phone showed no signal, though it had worked perfectly during testing. Night fell with an oppressive stillness. No wind rustled the trees, no animals called in the darkness, just silence, as if the forest itself was holding its breath. I checked my equipment, bear spray, flare gun, rifle, making sure everything was within easy reach. Though the previous ranger's logbook mentioned constant equipment failures, particularly with the motion-sensing cameras, I set them up around the cabin perimeter anyway. Sleep seemed impossible, but eventually exhaustion won. I dreamed of walking through misty forest, following someone just ahead of me, who kept calling my name in a voice, almost, but not quite, like McKenna's. I woke to the sound of breathing, heavy, rhythmic breathing just outside my window. Frozen in my bed, I watched as a shadow darkened the glass, too tall, too broad to be human. It remained motionless, silhouetted against the night sky. Minutes passed, each second stretching into infinity. Then, with deliberate slowness, a massive hand pressed against the window, fingers splayed, covering most of the glass. Not a bare paw, unmistakably a hand, with an opposed thumb and distinct fingers, but scaled to impossible proportions. The wood frame creaked under pressure, but held. The ancient boundary, Constantine had said. Safe ground. Morning light revealed no tracks, but one of the motion sensors had been carefully dismantled, not smashed or damaged, but taken apart piece by piece, its components arranged in a precise line at the forest edge. The other cameras showed nothing but static, except for one image, a blurred frame of something massive moving with shocking speed directly toward the lens. The timestamp showed 3:17 a.m., exactly when I'd felt the presence at my window. That day, on routine patrol, I found evidence of territorial marking throughout my assigned area. Trees broken at impossible heights, arranged in unmistakable patterns. Rock formations that defied natural erosion or animal activity. Everywhere, subtle signs that something intelligent had shaped this wilderness according to its will. The most disturbing discovery came at dusk, as I followed a game trail back toward the station. Ahead on the path lay a neatly arranged pile of my own garbage, empty food containers and papers I had securely stored in the cabin's trash bin, items that could only have been taken from inside while I was away on patrol. They had been inside my cabin, touching my belongings, while I hiked oblivious through their territory. I broke into a run, racing the falling darkness back to the station. Behind me, from deep within the trees, came the sound of 3 powerful knocks, followed by what could only be described as laughter, deep, resonant, and undeniably inhuman. That night, they surrounded the cabin. I knew they were there before I saw them. The pressure in the air changed, like the heaviness before a thunderstorm. My ears popped. The radio emitted a continuous low static that rose and fell like breathing. Outside, the forest had gone completely silent. No insects chirping, no night birds calling. Even the lake water seemed to still its gentle lapping against the shore. At precisely midnight, they began to circle the cabin. Through the windows, I caught glimpses, massive shadows moving with deliberate slowness. Their footfalls vibrated through the floorboards. Something scraped against the outer walls, not aggressively, but with a curious, testing quality. They were probing the boundary. I clutched the flare gun, knowing ammunition for the rifle would be useless, remembering Constantine's words about fire. The old pendant he'd given me seemed to grow warm against my skin, though that was surely imagination. A tapping came at the window, not threatening, but rhythmic. 3 quick taps, pause, 2 slow taps. The same pattern as the symbol carved into my door. I found myself responding, tapping the same rhythm on the wooden table before I could question the impulse. The movement outside stopped. Complete stillness followed. Then, from directly outside the front door, came a series of complex knocks and vocalizations. Deep, resonant sounds no human throat could produce. They were communicating, and clearly expected me to understand. Against every rational instinct, I moved to the door. Hand trembling, I opened it just enough to see outside. It stood 7 feet away, exactly at the edge where the clearing met the forest. In the moonlight, its proportions were difficult to process. 8 feet tall at minimum, with a breadth of shoulder that made it seem almost as wide as it was tall. Dense hair covered its body, not fur but something coarser, darker than the night around it. Its face remained in shadow, but I could feel its gaze with physical intensity. The intelligence behind that stare was undeniable and ancient. This was no animal. Whatever category separated humans from other creatures, this being belonged with us, not them, though perhaps in a classification entirely its own. For a full minute we regarded each other across the threshold. Then, with deliberate slowness, it raised an enormous hand, palm open, fingers splayed. A gesture universally recognizable as non-threatening. A greeting. Reason told me to shut the door, to radio for emergency extraction at first light. But some deeper instinct, something primitive and true, made me raise my own hand in mirror response. The creature nodded once, a profoundly human gesture, then melted back into the forest with shocking silence for something of its size. I stood in the doorway long after it disappeared, my mind struggling to integrate what I'd witnessed. When I finally closed the door, my hands were steady. Fear remained, but alongside it grew something else. Curiosity. The same curiosity that had driven me to this remote wilderness in the first place. In the morning I found gifts at the forest edge. A cluster of rare medicinal herbs tied with spruce roots, and a perfectly spherical stone of a type not native to the region. Offerings, or perhaps tests. I left dried fruit and a small carved wooden figure I'd brought from home in the same spot. That day, I hiked to the ridge where I'd first spotted movement in the forest. Instead of continuing my patrol route, I deliberately ventured deeper, following game trails that showed signs of recent passage, broken branches too high for deer or moose, distinctive footprints in muddy patches. The forest changed the further I walked. Trees grew older, more massive. The undergrowth thinned, revealing a cathedral-like space beneath the canopy. Nurse logs hosted colonies of fungi in colors I'd never seen before. The air smelled different, richer, charged with petrichor and something musky. 3 hours in, I found structures. Not natural formations, but not human architecture either. Saplings bent and woven into complex shapes. larger trees grown deliberately around rock formations. Everywhere, evidence of patient manipulation of the environment over decades, perhaps centuries. In a clearing stood what could only be described as monuments, towering arrangements of massive logs and boulders that defied engineering logic. At the center, freshly constructed, was a miniature version of my own cabin, created from twigs and bark with painstaking accuracy. Even the solar panels had been represented using shiny mica flakes. I circled it, marveling at the craftsmanship, when something caught my eye. A small figure placed inside the replica. Stepping closer, my breath caught. It was me. A tiny, perfect representation carved from dark wood, down to my ranger hat and the pendant around my neck. They'd been watching me since before I arrived. The realization sent a chill down my spine. A branch snapped behind me. I turned slowly, knowing what I would find. 3 of them stood at the clearing's edge, the one from last night, flanked by 2 others even larger. In daylight, details became clear that darkness had concealed. Their bodies were powerfully muscled beneath the coarse hair, with proportions both human and not. Longer arms, barrel chests, sloped foreheads above deep-set eyes that reflected more intelligence than I was prepared to confront. Their faces were not what popular culture had conditioned me to expect, not ape-like, but distinctly their own species. Heavy brow ridges, broad noses, pronounced jaws, completely foreign, yet capable of expressions unmistakably conveying thought and emotion. The central figure, the one that had greeted me the previous night, stepped forward. In its massive hands, it held my offering from that morning. With ceremonial deliberateness, it placed the carved wooden figure in the replica of myself, creating a miniature scene of this exact moment. Message received. They understood representation, symbolism, abstract thought. The largest of the 3 moved with shocking speed, covering 20 feet between us before I could react. It stopped just short of me, its musk filling my nostrils, its breathing audible and controlled. Slowly, it extended one enormous finger and touched the pendant at my neck. Recognition flickered in its deep-set eyes. Then it spoke. Not words, not language as humans define it, but vocalizations carrying unmistakable meaning. Deep, resonant tones that vibrated in my chest, interspersed with clicks and whistles impossible to transcribe. The sound shaped meaning directly in my mind, bypassing the need for linguistic processing. Constantine. Old friend. You wear his protection. Good. I staggered backward, overwhelmed by the impossible communication. The creature made no move to follow, remaining just beyond arm's reach. The other 2 joined it, forming a semicircle around me. Each carried something. One held a weather monitoring device I recognized from an abandoned research station 15 miles away, the other a digital camera that had gone missing from a tourist 3 years earlier, according to incident reports I'd reviewed. They were curious about human technology, studying it, studying us. The leader gestured toward the forest behind them, then to me, then back to the forest. An invitation, or a test. Every human instinct screamed danger. But I hadn't come to the Alaskan wilderness for safety. I'd come seeking something genuine, something beyond the sterile confines of modern existence. I nodded and took a step toward them. The forest ahead seemed to shift and darken, as if we were preparing to enter another realm entirely. The creatures turned and began walking, clearly expecting me to follow. I did. The deeper we traveled into the forest, the more profoundly the environment changed. Familiar Alaska taiga gradually transformed into something that couldn't possibly exist at this latitude. The trees grew massive, primordial, species I couldn't identify despite extensive forestry training. Ferns towered overhead. Phosphorescent fungi cast eerie blue-green light in shadowy hollows. The air grew warmer, heavier with moisture, carrying scents that belonged in no forest I'd ever studied. My 3 guides moved with perfect confidence through terrain that seemed deliberately disorienting. Several times I became certain we were walking in circles, only to emerge into clearings revealing we'd climbed higher into the mountains than should have been possible given our trajectory and duration. Time itself became unreliable. My watch continued ticking, but the sun's position contradicted its readings. What felt like an hour's hike would show mere minutes elapsed, while brief passages through dense undergrowth somehow consumed entire afternoon periods. We paused at what appeared to be a boundary of sorts, a perfect line where the altered forest I'd been experiencing gave way to something even more impossible. Beyond this point, the laws of nature as I understood them seemed increasingly optional. Tree trunks twisted in geometric patterns, rocks hovered inches above the ground, water flowed uphill along creek beds. The lead creature turned to me, gesturing at the boundary, then pointing at my chest. A question. Permission? Warning? I nodded, giving consent to whatever crossing we were about to make, and we proceeded. Another hour of increasingly surreal hiking brought us to our apparent destination, a vast clearing dominated by what I can only describe as architecture. Not built but grown, massive trees coaxed over generations to form walls, archways, and enclosures. Stone and living wood intertwined in structures that served clear purpose while defying human engineering principles. And they were everywhere. Dozens of the creatures moved about the settlement, varying in size and coloration. Some noticed our arrival, pausing to observe me with the same intense curiosity I directed at them. Others continued their activities, crafting, food preparation, teaching younger members of their kind, a society, a civilization hidden within our world. At the clearing's center stood the largest of their kind I'd seen, ancient, its hair graying, its movements deliberate with age. The three who had guided me approached this elder with postures of clear deference. Complex vocalizations were exchanged, that same resonant speech that conveyed meaning directly without linguistic processing. The elder approached me. Up close, the sheer physical presence was overwhelming. 9 feet tall minimum, with hands that could easily encircle my torso. Yet there was nothing threatening in its demeanor. It studied me with eyes deep set beneath a heavy brow, containing awareness that felt impossibly old. It reached out, movement slow enough not to startle, and lightly touched my forehead with one massive finger. Images flooded my mind, not hallucinations, something transmitted directly through contact. I saw the history of this place through non-human perception. Glaciers retreating, forests emerging from barren ground. The first humans arriving small and vulnerable. Conflict, initial fear, then understanding, boundaries established. Patterns of interaction over thousands of years, periods of communication alternating with separation. The arrival of European trappers and miners bringing violence, retreat deeper into remaining wilderness, adaptation, hiding, watching humanity spread across the continent, nuclear testing in the Aleutians, environmental changes accelerating, concern for shared territories as climate shifted, recent attempts to re-establish contact with specific humans deemed receptive. The connection broke, leaving me gasping. The elder stepped back, watching my reaction with what I could only interpret as measured assessment. A younger member of their kind approached, carrying something that stopped my breath, a ranger hat identical to mine but decades old, the leather cracked with age. From a settlement across the clearing came another, bearing a collection of human items spread across a hide. Watches, compasses, cameras from various eras. Technology from different decades, all studied, many disassembled and reconstructed. They were archiving us, learning, adapting. The elder produced a small object, a stone tablet covered in symbols similar to those carved into my cabin door, but far more complex. It handed this to me with ceremony, wrapping my fingers around it with its enormous hand. As my skin contacted the stone, understanding formed. Not complete translation, but impressions. The tablet contained specific boundaries, territories humans must not enter, agreements made with indigenous peoples centuries earlier, seasons when certain activities were permitted or prohibited, maps of sensitive habitats, warnings about places where the boundaries between worlds grew thin, messages meant for whoever held the position of watcher at Nagitli. The purpose of the ranger station crystallized with sudden clarity. It had never primarily been about managing wilderness for human benefit. It was about maintaining ancient boundaries between worlds, about having a human representative with whom they could communicate when necessary. Night had fallen during this exchange, the clearing illuminated by the same bioluminescent fungi I'd noticed during our journey. The creatures began preparations that clearly signaled the end of our meeting. The three who had guided me appeared, ready to lead me back. As we prepared to depart, commotion erupted at the settlement's edge. A younger member of their kind burst into the clearing, vocalizing with obvious distress. The gathered creatures stilled, listening. The elder's posture changed dramatically, alarm, then resolve. My guides turned to me with new urgency. One pointed toward the north, then made gestures mimicking walking, human-sized. The meaning was clear. People were approaching. Humans had crossed the boundary. A bark of command from the elder set the entire community in motion. Some began gathering young ones, others collected important items. Several of the largest males moved with purpose toward the northern boundary, their posture unmistakably protective. My guides hurried me away from the settlement, our return journey taking a different route from our arrival. We moved with greater speed, any pretense of leisurely escort abandoned. The transmission of urgency was clear. Something dangerous approached, and I needed to return to my cabin immediately. We had crossed perhaps half the distance back when we heard the first gunshot echo through the forest. The gunshot changed everything. My guides froze, heads turning toward the sound with perfect synchronization. Their bodies tensed, postures shifting from escort to protective stance around me. More shots followed, the rapid succession of a semi-automatic rifle. The largest of the three made a decision, gesturing for the others to continue toward my cabin with me while it veered toward the gunfire. Despite its massive size, it moved with shocking stealth, disappearing into the forest without disturbing a single branch. My remaining guides increased our pace, navigating the strange transitional forest with desperate urgency. The otherworldly elements receded as we crossed back into familiar terrain, though even here, the forest seemed altered by our presence. Trees bending slightly away from our path, undergrowth parting to ease our passage. We emerged at the forest edge behind my cabin just as dawn illuminated Lake Akiwaganji. The creatures stopped precisely at the boundary, unwilling to cross into the neutral territory surrounding the station. One of them pointed urgently toward the cabin, then to the lake beyond, a warning to stay inside, to remain on safe ground. I nodded understanding, then sprinted across the clearing. Inside, I grabbed the satellite phone, rifle, and flare gun, trying each in succession. The phone showed no signal. The rifle's firing mechanism had been subtly damaged, functional enough to appear normal upon inspection, but it would jam if fired. Only the flare gun remained operational, Constantine's words about fire echoing in my memory. Through the window, I saw my guides had vanished, retreating into the forest's protection. But they weren't gone. I could feel their presence, watching, waiting from just beyond sight. The radio crackled to life with McKenna's voice, stripped of its usual calm professionalism. Repeat, unidentified armed individuals approaching your station from the north. Not Park Service, not authorized. Satellite shows 3, possibly 4 heat signatures moving along the ridge trail. They disabled the weather station relay. I'm sending emergency response, but nearest team is 4 hours out. Do you copy? I grabbed the handset. I copy. Armed individuals approaching. What's their intent? Unknown, but they're carrying serious hardware. Thermal imaging picked up rifle signatures before the relay went down. Her voice dropped. Listen carefully. There's a hidden compartment beneath the east floorboard under your bunk. Emergency protocols. Authentication code, Denali 7 Tango. Get it now. I found the compartment exactly where she described, containing a sealed waterproof packet. Inside, a satellite beacon with built-in GPS, a sidearm more substantial than standard Ranger issue, and a folder stamped with classification markings I didn't recognize. I've got it, I reported. What am I dealing with here, McKenna? People who've been hunting for what you've seen, she replied cryptically. The department has protected this region for generations, long before it became official parkland. These individuals, they've been tracking signs across the Pacific Northwest for years. Resource extraction companies want access to what's beyond the boundary. Others have more extreme motivations. You knew, I realized, about them, about everything here. Not everything, just enough. Each ranger at Nagidali learns what they need to when they need to. Her tone softened. I'm sorry for the incomplete briefing, but experience can't be transferred secondhand. Did they make contact? Before I could answer, movement at the tree line caught my attention. A flash of unnatural color, the orange of synthetic fabric. Humans approaching with poor attempt at stealth. I ducked away from the window. They're here, I whispered into the radio. Armed civilians at the forest edge. Do not engage, McKenna ordered. Repeat, do not engage. You're on neutral ground. The cabin is protected by more than just park regulations. Stay inside until backup arrives. The connection dissolved into static as three figures emerged from the trees at the northwestern edge of the clearing, men in expensive outdoor gear carrying high-powered rifles equipped with scopes and tactical attachments. They moved with the confidence of those accustomed to hunting, but their formation betrayed military or paramilitary training. They paused at the tree line, scanning the area with practiced efficiency. The leader pointed toward my cabin, then to the strange symbols carved into several trees marking the boundary. One man photographed these markings, while another consulted a device that appeared to be measuring electromagnetic frequencies. These weren't random hunters or resource prospectors. They knew exactly what they were looking for. As they started toward my cabin, the forest behind them erupted with activity. Massive shadows moved between trees with impossible speed. The distinctive sound of wood knocking echoed from multiple directions simultaneously, creating disorienting patterns that made location impossible to pinpoint. The intruders reacted immediately, switching from approach to defensive formation, rifles raised toward the forest. Their leader shouted something I couldn't distinguish at this distance. Whatever their purpose, they'd come prepared for this encounter. The knocking intensified, joined by deep vocalizations that resonated across the clearing. The patterns formed a complex rhythm that seemed to communicate specific information. The men responded by firing warning shots into the air, then directly into the forest when the sounds continued. I knew what would happen next. I'd been shown enough to understand the boundaries, the protocols, the ancient agreements these men were violating. If they crossed further into protected territory, especially with weapons and hostile intent, traditional restraint would be abandoned. I had minutes, perhaps seconds, to prevent bloodshed. Grabbing the flare gun, I burst from the cabin and ran to position myself between the armed men and the forest edge. I raised my hands, ranger badge clearly visible. Federal Wilderness Officer, I shouted. You are trespassing in a restricted conservation area with unauthorized weapons. Lower your rifles immediately. The men hesitated, surprised by human intervention. Their leader, a weathered man with cold eyes and a face mapped with experience, assessed me with clinical detachment. Step aside, Ranger, he said, voice carrying the certainty of someone accustomed to command. You have no idea what you're protecting. I know exactly what I'm protecting, I replied, keeping my voice steady despite the pounding of my heart. This land, these boundaries, have been maintained for generations. Whatever you're hunting isn't yours to find. His expression hardened. 3 research teams have disappeared in these mountains. 2 decades of evidence points to non-human intelligence operating in this region. We're not leaving without confirmation. You've already confirmed it, I said, nodding toward their photographer's camera. Those boundary markers are communication. Evidence of intelligence. Take your documentation and leave. That's all you're getting today. Behind them, the forest had gone completely silent. No birds called. No branches moved in the breeze. Just perfect, waiting stillness that raised hairs on my neck. I knew they were there. Dozens of them, watching, poised at the edge of intervention. The leader seemed to sense the change as well, years of instinct making him glance back toward the 2 quiet trees. For a brief moment I saw certainty waver in his expression. I pressed the advantage. Whatever you're hoping to achieve, this isn't the way. This place operates on agreements older than our government. Agreements that have kept peace for centuries. Break them at your peril. As if responding to my words, 3 distinct knocks sounded from directly behind the men, close enough that they should have seen the source, yet nothing visible had made the sound. All 3 spun, rifles raised toward the empty forest. I used their distraction to raise the flare gun and fire. The bright red star arced over the clearing, momentarily turning night to crimson day. In the strange illumination, dozens of massive silhouettes became briefly visible among the trees, far more than the men could possibly engage. The message was unmistakable. "The next rangers to patrol this forest will find whatever remains of you," I said quietly. "Take your evidence, file your reports, but do it from beyond the boundary." Long seconds stretched as the leader calculated his options. Finally, he lowered his rifle and signaled his men to do the same. "This isn't over," he said. "It's been ongoing for thousands of years," I corrected him. "You're just late to the conversation." They retreated with reluctance, maintaining defensive posture until they reached the ridge trail. Only when they disappeared from sight did the forest resume its normal sounds. Birds cautiously resuming calls, wind moving through branches. I stood at the boundary until sunrise fully illuminated the clearing, knowing I was being watched from both sides, Park Service satellites overhead, ancient guardians from the forest depths. When McKenna's emergency response team arrived hours later, they found me sitting calmly on my cabin porch, the strange stone tablet openly displayed on the table beside me. Her expression upon seeing it confirmed what I'd suspected. She recognized its significance. "You've crossed the boundary," she said. Not a question. "They invited me," I replied simply. She nodded, unsurprised. "It happens, occasionally. When they deem someone trustworthy, when circumstances require direct communication." She gestured to the tablet. "That hasn't been seen by Ranger Service personnel in 30 years. It contains boundaries, agreements, things I need to know to do this job properly." "Will you stay?" she asked. "Most Rangers request transfer after experiences like yours." I looked toward the forest edge, where a subtle movement caught my eye. Massive figures, just visible in the shadows, watching our interaction with undisguised interest. Not hiding, merely respecting boundaries. Waiting to see what humanity would choose through its representative. "I'll stay," I said. "Someone needs to watch the boundary. That's what Nagitli means after all." McKenna's relief was palpable. She glanced toward the forest, offering a small, respectful nod to the shadows there. "The department will want reports," she said. "Documentation, evidence. They'll get exactly what they need to maintain the protections. Nothing more." I picked up the stone tablet, feeling its ancient weight. Some boundaries exist for everyone's benefit. As the response team prepared to leave, I felt, rather than heard, a final communication from the forest. That same resonant meaning that bypassed language, impressing itself directly into understanding. Watcher at the edge. Guardian of boundaries. 2 worlds, 1 protection. I raised my hand toward the tree line, acknowledging the message and accepting the responsibility it conveyed. In the deepening twilight, a massive silhouette mirrored my gesture from just beyond the ancient boundary. Some wilderness remains truly wild, not because humans haven't discovered it, but because we've had the wisdom to recognize when something isn't ours to claim. At Nagitli Station, I'd found my purpose as guardian of that wisdom. Watcher at the edge between worlds that must remain both separate and connected. Beyond the boundary, something ancient waits. Not monster, not myth, but another intelligence with which we share this planet. And in this remote corner of Alaska, I've become the latest in a long line of rangers, maintaining a peace far older and far more important than most of humanity will ever know. It was late September 2023, a month after my 34th birthday, when I made that fateful decision to venture into the wilderness alone. My job at the accounting firm had become increasingly demanding, with 60-hour work weeks becoming the norm rather than the exception. The fluorescent lights of my office seemed to drain my energy, leaving me exhausted, yet paradoxically restless. The monotony of spreadsheets and client meetings had created a pressure that built steadily behind my eyes. I needed an escape, something to break the cycle of wake, work, sleep. Nature had always provided that escape when I was younger, though I'd fallen out of the habit in recent years. "You need to get outside more," my doctor had advised during my annual physical 3 weeks prior. Your blood pressure is higher than I'd like to see in someone your age. That Saturday morning, I woke before my alarm, the pale autumn sunlight filtering through my blinds. My apartment felt unusually confining, the walls too close, the air too still. I made a spontaneous decision while brewing my coffee. I would go hiking, not just around the local park, but somewhere new, somewhere I could truly disconnect. I remembered a conversation with a coworker who had mentioned Black Pine Loop, a trail about an hour's drive from the city. It's not very popular, he'd said, but that's what makes it perfect if you want some real solitude. Solitude was exactly what I craved. I packed hastily, throwing a water bottle, a granola bar, and a light jacket into my backpack. I searched online briefly for a trail map, but found only vague directions to the trailhead. That should have been my first warning, but in my eagerness to escape, I dismissed it. The drive was surprisingly pleasant. The highway gradually gave way to country roads, and then to a narrow winding lane that cut through dense forest. The trees, mostly pine and oak, created a canopy overhead, dappling the road with shifting patterns of light and shadow. My phone lost reception about 15 minutes before I reached the small gravel parking area marked by a weathered wooden sign, Black Pine Loop Trail. I remember feeling a profound sense of relief as I stepped out of my car. The air was different here, crisp, laden with the scent of pine and wet earth. I locked my car, adjusted my backpack, and approached the trailhead. The path ahead disappeared into the trees, narrow but clear enough to follow. I paused to take a photo of the trail sign with my phone, thinking I might post it online later. Looking back, I wish I had shared my location with someone, anyone, before losing reception. But hindsight offers little comfort now. The beginning of the hike remains clear in my memory. The trail was slightly overgrown but navigable, winding through stands of tall pines and occasional clearings. Birds called in the canopy above. A squirrel darted across my path. Everything seemed so ordinary, so peaceful. I remember checking my watch about 45 minutes into the hike. It was just past 10:30 a.m. I had been maintaining a steady pace, and according to the trail information I'd found online, the entire loop should take about 3 to 4 hours to complete. That's the last clear memory I have until I found myself driving home, hands gripping the steering wheel too tightly, the setting sun casting long shadows across the road. Somehow, nearly 6 hours had vanished from my mind. The transition from memory to blackout wasn't gradual. There was no fuzzy edge, no sense of things slowly fading away. One moment I was walking along the trail, noting a peculiar formation of rocks to my right that resembled a crouching figure, and then, nothing. The last sensory impression I recall with clarity was the sudden stillness. I had been listening to the forest sounds, the rustling leaves, distant bird song, the soft crunch of my boots on the path, when everything seemed to stop. Not in a dramatic, supernatural way, but in that subtle manner that makes the back of your neck tighten. The way silence falls in the woods sometimes when a predator passes nearby. I remember pausing, looking around, feeling a growing awareness that something wasn't right. The air felt heavier, somehow resistant against my skin. The colors of the forest seemed slightly off, as though viewed through a faintly tinted lens. I had taken a few more steps, my hand instinctively reaching for my phone to check the time. Then, blank space. A void where memories should be. My next conscious moment was behind the wheel of my car, driving down the highway toward home. The dashboard clock read 6:17 p.m. My hands were dirty, fingernails rimmed with soil. My hiking boots were caked with a dark reddish mud I didn't remember stepping in. Several small scratches marked the backs of my hands, and my right knee ached dully. The shock hit me gradually. I pulled over at a gas station, hands trembling as I tried to piece together what had happened. Had I fallen? Hit my head? But there was no pain, no bump or bruise to suggest a head injury. Had I simply lost track of time, zoned out while walking? But nearly 6 hours. That seemed impossible. I searched my pockets, looking for any clue. My phone was there, battery nearly dead. I checked my recent photos, hoping I'd taken pictures during the hike that might jog my memory. There was only the single photo of the trailhead sign, nothing more. My call history showed no outgoing or incoming calls, no texts sent or received. The only other evidence was a strange collection of small objects in my jacket pocket that I had no memory of collecting. 7 smooth black pebbles, unusually uniform in size and shape, and a small twig with 3 perfectly symmetrical forks. Why would I have gathered these things? I had no answer. As I continued driving home, an unsettling thought surfaced. What if I had encountered someone else on that trail? What if something had happened, something my mind was protecting me from? The highway lights blurred as anxiety tightened my chest. I found myself checking the rearview mirror repeatedly, though I couldn't have explained what I was looking for. By the time I reached my apartment, darkness had fallen completely. I locked the door behind me, then checked it twice. I emptied my pockets, laying out the mysterious pebbles and twig on my kitchen counter, staring at them as if they might speak, might offer some explanation. They remained silent, inert, yet somehow accusatory. That night, sleep proved elusive. I lay awake, replaying the fragments of memory I still possessed, trying to bridge the gap. Outside my window, the wind moved through the city streets, carrying sounds that seemed amplified in the darkness. A car door slamming, voices in conversation, the distant wail of sirens. Ordinary sounds that now carried undertones of warning. When exhaustion finally pulled me under around 3 a.m., my dreams were filled with trees. Endless rows of them. Their trunks too straight, too uniform, like soldiers standing at attention. And throughout the dream, a persistent sensation of being followed, of eyes watching from just beyond my peripheral vision. Sunday morning arrived with harsh clarity, sunlight streaming through my bedroom window where I'd forgotten to close the blinds the night before. For a brief, merciful moment, the events of the previous day seemed distant, almost imaginary. Then reality reasserted itself as I noticed the mud-caked hiking boots by my door. The physical evidence was undeniable. Besides the dirty boots, my jeans from yesterday had grass stains on the knees. The scratches on my hands were shallow but numerous, like I'd pushed through dense underbrush. And there was a larger scrape on my forearm I hadn't noticed the night before, about 3 inches long, crusted with dried blood. I examined myself in the bathroom mirror, turning to check for any injuries I might have missed. My reflection looked back at me, pale and exhausted, but otherwise normal. No head injuries. No bruising that might explain the memory loss. Just the haunted look in my eyes. A look of someone who no longer trusted their own mind. The strange collection of pebbles still sat on my kitchen counter. In the morning light, they appeared less ominous, just ordinary stones, though their uniformity remained peculiar. The twig, however, seemed even more unnatural than I'd first thought. Its 3 forks were not just symmetrical, but identical in length and angle, something I'd rarely seen in nature. I forced myself to eat breakfast, though the food tasted like nothing. My thoughts kept circling back to the missing hours, generating scenarios that grew increasingly disturbing. Had I wandered off the trail, encountered wildlife, met other hikers with harmful intentions? Around noon, I decided to check my camera roll again, scrolling through photos from the past few weeks. There was nothing unusual until I reached yesterday's date. After the trailhead photo, there were 5 more images I had no memory of taking. The first showed a section of the trail where it narrowed between 2 large boulders. The second captured a clearing with unusually tall grass. The third was blurry, showing what might have been a deer or other animal in the distance. The fourth showed my own shadow stretched across the ground, elongated strangely. The 5th and final photo made my stomach clench. It showed nothing but dense trees, but they were exactly like those described in the online forum post I'd read. Unnaturally thin, their trunks twisted in spirals, their bark patchy and diseased-looking. The image was slightly tilted, as if taken hastily. I stared at this last photo for a long time, trying to reconcile it with my fragmented memories. I had no recollection of seeing these trees, much less photographing them. Yet here was evidence that I had. That afternoon, I called in sick for Monday, knowing I wouldn't be able to focus on work. My head felt heavy, stuffed with cotton, my thoughts sluggish yet racing simultaneously. I found myself staring at my hiking boots for long periods, as if they might suddenly speak and tell me where they had walked. The scratches on my hands began to itch intensely around sunset. When I examined them again, they seemed to form a pattern, not random scratches from branches, but almost like marks deliberately placed. The thought sent a surge of adrenaline through me. Was I imagining things now, seeing patterns where none existed? That night I dreamed of walking through the forest again, but in the dream, the trees were watching me, their bark splitting open to reveal eyes that tracked my movement. I woke at 2:17 a.m., drenched in sweat, certain I had heard something moving in my apartment. I lay frozen, listening intently, but the only sound was the hum of the refrigerator and my own ragged breathing. I turned on every light and searched each room, looking behind furniture, in closets, under the bed. There was nothing, of course. Nothing but the growing certainty that something had followed me home from that forest. Monday morning found me sitting in my doctor's waiting room, leg bouncing nervously as I checked my watch repeatedly. I had called as soon as the office opened, describing my symptoms as sudden memory loss and disorientation. The receptionist had hesitated before scheduling me for the earliest available appointment. Dr. Westfield had been my physician for nearly a decade. His office was a familiar space of muted colors and outdated magazines, usually a source of reassurance. Today, it felt confining, almost threatening. "So, tell me what's going on," he said after the nurse had taken my vitals and left us alone in the examination room. I explained about the hike, the missing hours, waking up driving home with no memory of how I got there. I showed him the scratches on my hands and the larger scrape on my forearm. I mentioned the headache that had been building since yesterday, the difficulty concentrating, the strange dreams. He listened attentively, his expression neutral. When I finished, he began a series of tests, checking my pupils, testing my reflexes, asking me to follow his finger with my eyes, to touch my nose, then his finger, then my nose again. "Any history of seizures?" he asked. "Fainting spells? Episodes like this before?" I shook my head to each question. "Any drug use? Alcohol before or during the hike?" "No, nothing like that." He frowned slightly. "And you're certain about the timeline? You checked in at the trailhead around 9:30 a.m., and your next clear memory is driving home around 6 p.m.? "Yes," I confirmed. "Almost 6 hours, just gone." He made notes in my chart, his pen scratching across the paper. "Physically, you seem fine. No signs of concussion or neurological issues that I can detect. Your blood pressure is elevated, but given the circumstances, that's not surprising." "So what happened to me?" I asked, hearing the edge of desperation in my voice. Dr. Westfield leaned back in his chair. "There are several possibilities. Transient global amnesia is one. It's a temporary disruption of memory formation, usually lasting several hours. It's rare, especially in someone your age, but not unheard of. Stress can be a trigger." "But I wasn't particularly stressed during the hike," I protested. "The opposite, actually. I went to relax." "The brain is complex," he said simply. "Another possibility is what we call a dissociative episode, a psychological response where a person disconnects from their thoughts, surroundings, even their identity. Often it's triggered by trauma or extreme stress, but sometimes it can happen with no obvious cause." I thought about this. So I was, what? Walking around in some kind of trance for 6 hours. "Possibly functioning quite normally," he corrected. "People in dissociative states can drive cars, have conversations, perform routine tasks. They just don't form memories of it." The thought was profoundly disturbing, that I might have been moving through the world, interacting with it while some essential part of me was absent. "I'd like to run some basic blood work," Dr. Westfield continued, "to rule out any physical causes, and I'm going to refer you to a neurologist for further testing, including an MRI. I nodded, grateful for concrete action, though doubt gnawed at me. Would an MRI show 6 missing hours? Would blood work reveal what happened in that forest? As I was preparing to leave, Dr. Westfield paused, his hand on the door. "One more thing. I'd advise against returning to that trail at least until we have more information. Whatever triggered this episode might still be present there." His warning was unnecessary. The thought of returning to Black Pine Loop filled me with visceral dread. Yet even as I assured him I would stay away, a part of me knew that the forest held the only real answers to my questions. That evening, I received a call from the neurologist's office. The earliest appointment was 3 weeks away. 3 weeks of not knowing, of questioning my own mind. The prospect was intolerable. I turned instead to the internet, searching more thoroughly for information about Black Pine Loop. Most results were as I remembered: brief mentions on hiking forums, a few outdated trail maps. But then I found something new, a local news article from 2019 about a search and rescue operation in the area. A hiker had gone missing for 2 days before being found wandering along a road several miles from where he'd parked. The article was frustratingly vague about the circumstances, mentioning only that the man was disoriented and dehydrated when found. There was no follow-up article, no indication of what had happened to him during those missing days. I searched for more information about this incident but found nothing. It was as if the story had appeared briefly and then been deliberately forgotten, just like my missing hours. By Wednesday, the scratches on my hands had mostly healed, but the larger scrape on my forearm had developed an unusual redness around its edges. It didn't appear infected. There was no warmth, no swelling, but the skin surrounding it had taken on a slightly mottled appearance, like a subtle bruise that wouldn't fade. Sleep had become increasingly difficult. I would lie awake until exhaustion finally overcame anxiety, only to wake frequently throughout the night. My dreams, when they came, were fragmented but always set in the same forest. In these dreams, I was searching for something among the trees, though I never knew what. The sense of urgency was overwhelming, matched only by the dread of actually finding whatever it was I sought. That morning, as I showered, a flash of memory struck me with such sudden clarity that I gasped aloud. I was back on the trail, but it wasn't the section I remembered from the beginning of my hike. In this memory, the path narrowed significantly, barely visible among thick underbrush. The air felt dense, almost gelatinous, difficult to breathe. And there was a sound, a low, constant hum that seemed to emanate from the ground itself. The memory lasted only seconds before dissolving, leaving me standing in the shower, water running cold, my heart racing. Was it real? An actual fragment of my missing time? Or was my mind manufacturing false memories to fill the void? I called in sick to work again, unable to face the prospect of normal conversation, of pretending everything was fine. Instead, I spent the day researching memory loss, dissociative episodes, even the geological and environmental history of the area where Black Pine Loop was located. I learned that the region had been heavily logged in the early 1900s, then partially replanted in the 1950s. There were no significant environmental hazards noted, no abandoned mines that might leak gas, no toxic waste sites. The area was unremarkable geologically, with no unusual formations or cave systems that might explain my experience. By afternoon, my search had taken a darker turn. I found myself reading about cognitive effects of various toxins, parasites that could affect human behavior, even obscure psychological conditions that might explain my symptoms. None seemed to fit exactly. As evening approached, I received an unexpected call from an unknown number. When I answered, there was a long pause before a man's voice spoke. "Is this the person who posted about Black Pine Loop?" I hadn't posted anything online about my experience. "No," I replied cautiously, "but I did hike there recently." Another pause. "Did you see anything unusual?" My grip tightened on the phone. "Who is this?" "That doesn't matter," the voice said. "What matters is that you stay away from there. Don't go back." "Why?" I demanded. "What's out there?" "Nothing good," he replied. "Nothing you want to remember." Before I could ask anything else, the call ended. I tried calling back immediately, but the number was already disconnected. The call left me shaken, pacing my apartment, checking the locks repeatedly. Who was this person? How had they found me? And what did they know about Black Pine Loop that I didn't? That night, I dreamed of the twisted trees again. In the dream, I was standing among them, my hand reaching out to touch one of the spiraled trunks. As my fingers made contact with the bark, it yielded like flesh, warm and pulsing. I jerked awake, the sensation so vivid I could still feel the texture against my fingertips. I stumbled to the bathroom, splashing cold water on my face. In the mirror, my reflection looked haggard, eyes sunken with exhaustion. As I lowered my hands from my face, something caught my attention. A small, dark mark on my right wrist that I hadn't noticed before. Under the harsh bathroom light, I examined it closely. It wasn't a bruise or scratch, but what appeared to be a small pattern pressed into my skin, like an ink stamp nearly faded away. The design was geometric, a circle containing what might have been a stylized tree or branch. I scrubbed at it with soap and water, but the mark remained. It wasn't ink. It seemed to be under the skin, like a tattoo beginning to heal. A tattoo I had no memory of getting. The room seemed to tilt around me as implications cascaded through my mind. If someone had marked my skin, what else might have been done to me during those missing hours? What else might I be carrying inside me, unknown, unseen? A week passed. The mark on my wrist neither faded nor became more pronounced. The neurologist's appointment remained weeks away. My work suffered as concentration became increasingly difficult. Colleagues noticed my distraction, my jumpiness, the dark circles under my eyes. I deflected their concerns with vague references to insomnia, to stress. The mysterious phone call was not repeated, but its warning echoed constantly in my thoughts. Stay away from there. Don't go back. I tried to follow this advice. I truly did. But as days passed with no answers, only more questions, the certainty grew that Black Pine Loop held the key to understanding what had happened to me. The decision to return was not made in a single moment, but accumulated gradually, like sediment building into stone. By Friday evening, it was no longer a question of if, but when. I prepared more carefully this time. I charged my phone fully and brought a portable battery. I packed extra water, food, a first aid kit, a flashlight. I told a colleague I was going hiking and would check in with him by 5 p.m., a safety measure I should have taken the first time. Most importantly, I brought a small digital voice recorder. If my memory failed again, perhaps technology would succeed where my mind could not. Saturday morning dawned clear and cool. The drive to the trailhead seemed shorter this time, more direct, as if the road itself was eager for my return. The gravel parking area was empty when I arrived, just as it had been before. The same weathered sign marked the trail entrance, Black Pine Loop Trail. Standing at the trailhead, I activated the voice recorder. It's 9:17 a.m., I spoke clearly. I'm about to begin hiking Black Pine Loop for the second time. My purpose is to discover what happened during my previous visit. I paused, then added, if you're listening to this and I'm not around, something went wrong. The first section of trail was exactly as I remembered, winding through tall pines, occasionally opening into small clearings. I narrated my progress into the recorder, describing landmarks, noting the time frequently. 9:45 a.m., approximately 1 mile in, nothing unusual so far. 10:12 a.m., past a distinctive fallen tree crossing the path, still following the main trail. As I hiked deeper into the forest, tension built within me. Each step brought me closer to the point where my memories had previously ended. Would it happen again? Would I suddenly wake up hours later with no recollection of what had transpired? Then I saw it, the peculiar rock formation I had noted just before my memories cut off last time. It resembled a crouching figure, though it was clearly just an unusual arrangement of natural stones. I stopped, heart pounding. 10:38 a.m., I spoke into the recorder. I've reached the last point I clearly remember from my previous hike. Beyond this is unknown territory. I stood for several minutes, observing, listening. The forest seemed ordinary enough. Birds called overhead. A slight breeze moved through the canopy. Nothing suggested danger or abnormality. Taking a deep breath, I continued forward. The trail narrowed as it descended into a slight depression. The air felt cooler here, shadows deeper as the trees grew closer together. I kept the recorder running, describing everything I saw. After another 15 minutes of hiking, the trail split. The main path continued straight, while a narrower, less distinct trail branched to the right. I hesitated, trying to intuit which way I might have gone during my first visit. The narrower path drew my attention. It seemed familiar somehow, though I couldn't place why. I decided to follow it, carefully marking the junction with an arrangement of sticks so I could find my way back. This secondary trail quickly became more overgrown, requiring me to push through undergrowth occasionally. The scratches on my hands from my previous visit suddenly made more sense. 11:07 a.m., I recorded, following a side trail that branches from the main loop. Vegetation is denser here, no clear footprints or signs of recent passage. The forest changed subtly as I continued. The predominant pines gave way to other species I couldn't identify. The trees grew closer together, their trunks thinner, their arrangement somehow more regular than would occur naturally. A faint humming sound became noticeable, not mechanical, but like the collective buzzing of distant insects. The air felt heavier, more resistant, just as I had fleetingly remembered in the shower days earlier. 11:23 a.m. There's a sound here, a vibration almost. The air quality is different. The trees are unusual. I stopped abruptly as the trail opened into a small clearing. At its center stood a circle of those twisted trees I had seen in the 5th photograph on my phone. Unnaturally thin, their trunks spiraling upward, bark patchy and diseased-looking. There were 13 of them, arranged in a perfect circle about 20 feet in diameter. The humming was louder here, emanating seemingly from the ground itself. The air within the circle appeared slightly distorted, like heat waves rising from hot pavement. 11:26 a.m. My voice shook slightly as I recorded. I found the trees from the photo. They're arranged in a circle. Something about them seems wrong, unnatural. I approached cautiously, staying outside the circle. The trees were even stranger up close. Their bark was not like normal tree bark. It was smoother, with an almost manufactured quality, the pattern too regular. The spiraling of the trunks was identical for each tree, as if they had been deliberately twisted by some immense force. At the base of one tree, I noticed a small pile of stones. Black, smooth, uniform in size. Identical to the ones I had found in my pocket after the first hike. These are the same stones, I recorded. Someone placed them here deliberately. As I circled the formation, staying well back from the trees themselves, I noticed marks in the soil. Indentations that might have been footprints, though they seemed too regular, too precise. Following them, I discovered a flat stone about the size of a dinner plate, partially hidden beneath fallen leaves. Kneeling, I brushed the leaves away to reveal a symbol carved into the stone's surface, a circle containing a stylized tree or branch, the same symbol that had mysteriously appeared on my wrist. A wave of dizziness washed over me. The humming intensified, becoming less a sound and more a physical sensation that vibrated through my bones. The air within the circle of trees seemed to thicken, to pulse. There's a symbol, I managed to record, my voice now barely more than a whisper. It matches the mark on my wrist. I think I've been here before. Memory surged back with crushing force, not in fragments or glimpses, but in a torrent that drove me to my knees. I remembered everything. I remembered walking this same path a week ago, feeling drawn to the twisted trees just as I had been today. I remembered the building hum, the thickening air, the strange quality of light within the circle. I remembered stepping into that circle, curiosity overcoming caution. The sensation had been immediate and overwhelming, like stepping into an electrical field, every hair on my body standing on end, skin tingling painfully. The memories continued to flood back as I knelt outside the circle of trees, hands pressed against my temples, as if to contain the pressure building inside my skull. I remembered seeing the stone with its carved symbol, kneeling to examine it just as I had done moments ago, but last time I had touched it, traced the symbol with my fingertip. The stone had been warm, vibrating slightly in rhythm with the humming in the air. Upon touching it, the humming had intensified dramatically, becoming a roar that filled not just my ears but my entire consciousness. The trees had seemed to bend inward, their twisted forms elongating impossibly, reaching toward me. Then there had been others in the clearing, 3 figures wearing dark clothing, their faces obscured by what looked like beekeeping veils. They had appeared suddenly, as if stepping out from behind the twisted trees, though there had been nowhere for them to hide. "You shouldn't be here," one had said, voice muffled by the veil. I had tried to run, but my limbs had felt leaden, movements sluggish as if moving through syrup. The figures had surrounded me, their movements too fluid, too coordinated. "It's watching," another had said. "It's chosen." They had pressed me to the ground, pinning my arms and legs. One had produced a small device resembling a stamp or branding iron. I had struggled, but their strength had been surprising, their grips unyielding. The device had been pressed against my wrist, a quick, sharp pain followed by spreading warmth. "Marked," the figure had announced. "The connection is established." I remembered being pulled to my feet, marched through the forest along paths that didn't appear on any trail map. We had walked for what seemed like hours, the twisted trees appearing with increasing frequency as we progressed. Eventually, we had reached a larger clearing containing a structure, not a building exactly, but a sort of pavilion made of the same twisted trees, their upper branches woven together to form a canopy. Inside, more veiled figures moved about, tending to equipment I couldn't identify. I had been seated in a chair at the center of this pavilion, restraints secured around my wrists and ankles. A device like a crown or helmet had been lowered onto my head, cold metal pressing against my temples. "The preparation is complete," someone had announced. "Begin the extraction." Pain had exploded inside my skull, white-hot, unbearable. I recalled screaming until my voice gave out, my body convulsing against the restraints. Throughout it all, the veiled figures had watched impassively, occasionally adjusting dials on equipment arranged around the chair. "Sufficient," a voice had eventually declared. The pain had ceased abruptly, leaving me limp and disoriented. The restraints had been removed. I had been guided, half-carried back through the forest. My mind had been emptied, hollowed out. I remembered one of the figures speaking directly to me before releasing me near the main trail. "You will not remember this, but it will remember you, and when it calls, you will return." Then they had left me, and I had somehow found my way back to my car and driven home, the experience already fading from my conscious memory. Now, kneeling outside the circle of twisted trees, the full horror of what had happened, what had been done to me, crushed down like a physical weight. They had taken something from me, extracted something, and they had marked me for some purpose I couldn't begin to comprehend. I scrambled to my feet, backing away from the circle of trees, from the carved stone. The humming had intensified, becoming almost visible as a distortion in the air. The mark on my wrist burned, throbbing in time with the hum. "I remember," I gasped into the recorder, which had captured every revelation. "I remember everything. There are people here in the forest. They did something to me. They put this mark on me. They—" A sound from behind me, a twig snapping. I whirled around to see 3 figures at the edge of the clearing, wearing the same dark clothing, the same veiled hats. "You returned," one said, voice carrying clearly despite the distance and the intensifying hum. "As we knew you would." "Stay back," I shouted, fumbling in my pocket for my phone. "I've told someone where I am. They're expecting me to check in." "No one will miss you," another figure responded with terrible certainty. "No one ever does." I turned and ran, crashing through underbrush, abandoning the trail entirely. Behind me, I could hear them pursuing, their movements coordinated, efficient, gaining on me with every stride. The forest seemed to work against me, branches whipping at my face, roots rising to catch my feet. I fell repeatedly, each time struggling up to continue my desperate flight. My lungs burned, legs weakening as fear and exertion took their toll. I realized with growing despair that I was lost, with no idea which direction would lead me back to the main trail, to my car, to safety. A clearing appeared ahead. I sprinted toward it, hoping for a landmark, some indication of where I was. Instead, I found myself facing another circle of those twisted trees, identical to the first, as if the forest had somehow looped back on itself. I turned to run in another direction, but my pursuers were there, blocking my escape. They approached slowly now, confidently, knowing I had nowhere left to go. "Why are you doing this?" I demanded, voice breaking. "What do you want from me?" "We are merely servants," the central figure replied. "It is not what we want. It is what it needs." "What? What needs me?" The figure gestured toward the circle of twisted trees. The forest has been changing for decades, growing, evolving, becoming aware. It requires sustenance of a specific kind, memories, experiences, fragments of consciousness. You're insane, I whispered. Look at your arm, the figure commanded. The mark is already spreading. I glanced down at my wrist. The symbol was indeed changing, fine lines extending outward from the circle, creeping up my forearm like roots or veins. The connection has been established, the figure continued. The first extraction was merely preparation. Today, the forest will take all of you. They moved forward in perfect unison. I backed away, feeling the strange, thick air of the tree circle against my back. The humming had become a physical force, vibrating through my body, resonating with the spreading mark on my arm. No, I pleaded. Please. Your resistance is noted, one said almost gently, but unnecessary. Many have stood where you stand. All have contributed. All have served. My back pressed against one of the twisted trees. The bark felt warm, pulsing, alive in a way no tree should be. To my horror, I felt it yield slightly, adhering to my shirt, beginning to enfold me. In desperate panic, I reached into my pocket and pulled out my lighter, a habit I'd maintained despite quitting smoking years ago. With shaking hands, I flicked it to life and touched the flame to the bark of the tree embracing me. The effect was instantaneous and terrifying. The tree recoiled, the bark splitting with a sound like a scream. The humming changed pitch, rising to a wail that seemed to come from everywhere at once. No! One of the figures shouted. The connection must not be broken. I didn't wait to see more. I ran, lighter still in hand, igniting anything that tried to block my path. The forest itself seemed to recoil from the flames, creating a corridor of retreat. Behind me, the veiled figures gave chase, but they moved more slowly now, their perfect coordination disrupted by the fire spreading through the underbrush. The wailing intensified, a sound of rage and pain that seemed to come from the earth itself. I ran without direction, without thought, driven purely by survival instinct. My only goal was distance, to get as far from those twisted trees, those veiled figures, as possible. How long I ran, I couldn't say. Eventually, I broke through a line of trees and found myself on a road, not the one where I had parked, but a county highway I recognized from my drive to the trail. I flagged down a passing car, an elderly couple who seemed alarmed by my appearance but willing to help. They drove me to the nearest gas station where I called the police. I reported being attacked by strangers in the forest, omitting the more inexplicable elements of my experience. The officers who responded seemed skeptical, especially when I couldn't provide a clear location of the attack or a detailed description of my assailants. They drove me back to my car, which was still parked at the trailhead. As we approached, smoke was visible in the distance. Apparently, my desperate use of the lighter had started a forest fire. The officers immediately called it in, then advised me to leave the area as emergency services would soon be closing the roads. I drove home in a state of numb shock, the reality of what had happened, what I had done, settling over me like ash. That was 3 weeks ago. The forest fire was contained within a day, burning approximately 50 acres according to news reports. Officials attributed it to careless hikers, a description I cannot dispute. The mark on my wrist has stopped spreading but remains visible, a constant reminder that my experience was not hallucination or delusion. The neurologist found nothing unusual in my brain scans, no physical explanation for my episode of memory loss. When I described my symptoms more fully, he suggested I consult a psychiatrist. I've done so, but have been selective about what I share. Some truths are too outlandish to be believed, even by professionals trained to listen without judgment. I've researched obsessively since my escape. I've found scattered reports of similar incidents in forests across the country, hikers with missing time, unexplained markings, stories of veiled figures dismissed as hallucinations or inventions. Most are buried in obscure forums or local newspapers, quickly forgotten or rationalized away. The voice recorder captured everything. My returning memories, the confrontation with the veiled figures, my desperate escape. I've listened to the recording dozens of times, searching for any detail I might have missed. Any explanation that might make sense of what happened. There is none. The only explanation is the one given to me in that clearing. Something ancient and terrible is growing in those woods. Something that feeds on human consciousness, human experience. And it has servants who help it harvest what it needs. The mark on my wrist no longer spreads, but sometimes it throbs, usually when I'm dreaming. In these dreams, I'm back in the forest, standing among those twisted trees. But in the dreams, I'm not afraid. I'm waiting, watching. Part of me is still there, I think. The part they took during that first extraction. I've considered going to the authorities with my recording, my photographs, the mark on my wrist. But what would they do? Send officers into those woods, only to have them return with missing hours and marks of their own? Or perhaps they wouldn't return at all. Instead, I've started reaching out to others, people who've posted online about similar experiences, not just at Black Pine Loop, but in forests across the country. We share our stories, our evidence, our theories. We warn others to stay away from places where the trees grow too straight or too twisted, where the air feels too thick, where silence falls too suddenly. Most importantly, we warn them about the circles, the perfect arrangements of trees that are not arrangements at all, but something else. Something hungry. I don't know if the fire destroyed the twisted trees, the veiled figures, whatever intelligence was growing there. Part of me hopes it did. A larger part knows better. Fire might set back such an entity, but something capable of altering a forest, of manipulating human consciousness, would not be so easily destroyed. Whatever it is, it's patient. It thinks in decades, centuries, and it's spreading. As for me, I no longer hike. I avoid forests entirely. The outdoors that once offered escape now promises only terror. I've moved to a new apartment in the center of the city, surrounded by concrete and steel and human activity. I sleep with the lights on, but sometimes standing at my window at night, looking at the distant tree line beyond the city limits, I feel a familiar humming, not in my ears but in my bones, in the mark on my wrist. And I know that someday it will call me back. Not today, not tomorrow, but eventually, because part of me is still there, feeding whatever grows among those twisted trees, and it never forgets what belongs to it. I'd always been drawn to the outdoors since childhood, finding peace among trees that city life never provided. My buddy Jack shared this passion. We'd been friends since elementary school in Toronto, back when we'd skip class to explore the ravines near our neighborhood. Over the years, those youthful adventures evolved into a sacred ritual. Every summer, we'd select a remote location, pack minimally, and disappear into nature for a weekend. As time passed, our expeditions required increasing challenges to deliver that same rush of excitement. We invented what we called hardcore camping, though surely others had coined similar terms before us. Our version meant no tents or cooking equipment, just ponchos, ground sheets, and whatever essentials we could carry on our backs. Food supplies were deliberately limited. After the initial days, we'd need to forage, fish, and live off the land if we wanted to eat. The difficulty was precisely what made it worthwhile. In the summer of 2022, when we were both 28, Jack and I selected Algonquin Provincial Park as our destination, a vast expanse of forests and lakes in Ontario, planning for 7 full days of wilderness immersion. The park sprawled across thousands of acres, offering some of the most isolated terrain in the province, perfect for what we had in mind. This time, we're really doing it, Jack said as we packed our gear in my apartment the night before departure. No bailouts, no shortcuts. I nodded, mentally reviewing our minimal supply list. 7 days, just us and whatever the forest provides. Jack grinned, his tall frame hunched over his backpack as he methodically arranged his items. Remember Killarney last year, when you wanted to head back early because of those mosquitoes? They were the size of hummingbirds, I protested, though I knew he was right. I'd nearly given up after 3 days of endless bites and sleepless nights. This time will be different. It better be, Jack said, zipping his pack with finality. I've been waiting all year for this. That evening, we reviewed our topographical maps, plotting a route that would take us deep into Algonquin's interior, far from marked trails and established campsites. Our plan was aggressive, covering significant distance each day to reach areas rarely visited by casual hikers. Sleep came fitfully that night, not from fear, but anticipation. The wilderness called to us in a way that was difficult to explain to others. Most of our friends preferred their vacations with amenities and comfort. They couldn't comprehend the appeal of voluntary hardship. But Jack and I understood what drove us into those remote places: the raw authenticity of survival, the connection to something primal and real. Morning arrived, and we loaded my aging Honda with our minimal gear. The 3-hour drive north passed with excited conversation about previous trips and expectations for this one. Jack fiddled with the radio, finally settling on classic rock that accompanied us through the increasingly rural landscape. By early afternoon, we reached the western access point of Algonquin Park. We parked near a small ranger station, signed the trail register with our expected return date, and shouldered our packs. The weight felt good, familiar, and purposeful. "Ready?" Jack asked, adjusting his shoulder straps. I inhaled deeply, filling my lungs with the pine-scented air. Born ready. With that, we stepped onto the trail and began our journey into the wilderness. The first day unfolded exactly as planned. We hiked 12 miles from the trailhead, cutting through dense stands of pine and birch. The air hung cool around us, the sky patched with clouds that offered occasional relief from the sun. Jack set a brisk pace, his long legs carrying him effortlessly over fallen logs and across streams, while I maintained a steady rhythm behind him. As evening approached, we established camp near a shallow creek. I rigged my poncho between trees, while Jack gathered wood for a small fire. We ate jerky, boiled creek water and watched flames diminish as stars emerged overhead. The forest's quiet enveloped us, just leaf rustling and distant owl calls. This simplicity was exactly what we sought. No artificial noise, no crowds, just us embedded in wilderness. "First day down," Jack remarked, poking at the dying embers with a stick. "How are your feet holding up?" I rotated my ankles, feeling the day's exertion. "They'll be screaming tomorrow, but nothing I can't handle." "Good," he nodded, "because tomorrow gets harder." He wasn't wrong. Day 2 brought challenging terrain, a landscape of exposed roots and jagged rocks, with a steep ridge requiring careful navigation. By midday, my calves burned with exertion, and Jack's height advantage allowed him to consistently outpace me. "Hold up," I called as he disappeared around a bend for the 3rd time that hour. "Some of us don't have giraffe legs." Jack backtracked, his expression apologetic but excited. "Sorry, man. Just feeling good out here." I took a moment to catch my breath, drinking from my canteen. "We've got 5 more days. Pace yourself." That night, we slept on a flat stretch of moss. The ground radiated cold through my thin ground sheet, and I woke once to the sound of snapping twigs, my hand instinctively reaching for the knife beside me. In the moonlight, I caught a glimpse of a deer threading through trees before disappearing into darkness. By the 3rd day, our bodies had adjusted to the rhythm of backcountry travel. Our packs lightened as food supplies dwindled, but hunger served as motivation rather than deterrent. That afternoon, Jack demonstrated his outdoor prowess by catching a small trout using improvised fishing gear, a length of paracord, and a hook he'd brought specifically for this purpose. We cooked the fish over a careful fire, dividing the flaky meat with our fingers. The taste was incomparable, fresh, clean, and earned through our own efforts. We drank from fast-moving streams, water tasting better than any bottled variety money could buy. "This," Jack said, licking his fingers clean, "is what living feels like." I agreed silently, watching the forest darken around us. We consulted our map occasionally, but increasingly relied on instinct to identify potential campsites. Algonquin's vastness surrounded us, thousands of square miles of wilderness, with us positioned deep within its heart, far from roads or ranger outposts. The isolation was intentional, removing all safety nets except our own skills and judgment. The 4th morning arrived with familiar routine. Jack was already awake and packing when I emerged from under my poncho. We consumed the last of our granola, shouldered our packs, and continued northward. The forest grew denser here, limiting conversation as we focused on navigation. Our footfalls created the only consistent sound in an otherwise quiet landscape. Around midday, we paused at a narrow stream to refill canteens. I knelt by the water, splashing my face to clear away sweat and grime when Jack's hand landed heavily on my shoulder. "You see that?" he asked, pointing into the distance. I squinted, following his gaze through the trees. At first, nothing registered, just more forest extending to the horizon. Then I noticed it. A shape with too many straight lines to be natural, barely visible through the foliage. Curiosity piqued, we secured our packs and moved toward the anomaly, pushing through dense underbrush. As trees thinned, the structure became unmistakable. A building stood before us, incongruous among ancient trees. Specifically, a church. But not as I'd ever seen one before. The structure materialized fully as we approached, and its presence sent an immediate wave of unease through me. The church walls consisted of weathered wood, gray and cracked from decades, perhaps a century, of exposure. The steep roof, covered in moss and fallen pine needles, culminated in a rusted iron cross that tilted precariously against the sky. Another cross hung over the front door, which someone had sealed with weathered boards and secured with heavy chains, featuring a massive padlock. Most striking was the building's windowless design, just a worn, weathered box, partially reclaimed by forest growth. No steeple punctuated its simple form, no decorative elements softened its utilitarian appearance. It looked built for functionality rather than worship. "What the hell?" I whispered, the sound carrying unnaturally in the still air. Jack didn't respond immediately. Instead, he withdrew our topographical map from his pocket, unfolded it on the ground, and traced our route with his index finger. According to the map, nothing man-made existed within miles of our current position. "This doesn't make sense," I said, pointing to the unmarked area. "A church with no roads or paths leading to it in the middle of Algonquin?" Jack carefully refolded the map, his eyes fixed on the building with increasing intensity. "Let's check it out." We circled the structure carefully, stepping over twisted roots and ducking low branches. The chained entrance immediately captured my attention. The thick rust coating the metal links and padlocks suggested years of abandonment. But as we rounded the building's eastern side, we discovered something more intriguing. A jagged hole in the wooden wall where boards had rotted away. The opening appeared low to the ground and irregular in shape, just large enough for a person to crawl through with effort. "Probably an animal," Jack observed, crouching to peer into the darkness beyond. "Bears or wolves using it for shelter, maybe." His assessment seemed logical, but when he abruptly removed his backpack and dropped to his hands and knees, alarm bells sounded in my mind. "What are you doing?" I asked, already knowing the answer. "Going inside," he replied matter-of-factly. "Don't you want to see what's in there?" I did feel curiosity, but something stronger, a visceral warning, made me hesitate. "Maybe we should just look from out here, use the flashlights." Jack ignored my suggestion, already positioning himself to crawl through the opening. "It's just an old building. What's the worst that could happen?" Those words, "what's the worst that could happen," have preceded countless disasters throughout human history. Unable to let him explore alone, I reluctantly set down my pack and followed, the jagged edges of the hole scraping painfully against my shoulders as I wiggled through. The air inside struck me immediately, damp, cold, and stagnant with the unmistakable mustiness of long abandonment. We stood slowly in the dim interior, brushing dirt from our clothing. Light filtered weakly through the hole and small gaps in the roof, revealing a completely empty space. No pews, no altar, no furniture of any kind. Just bare walls surrounding a packed earth floor littered with crisp, dry leaves. At the far end stood a large wooden cross, weathered but intact. But what commanded immediate attention sat precisely in the room's center. A steel trap door embedded in the floor, partially covered with dirt. Heavy-duty bolts secured its edges and thick chains wrapped around its perimeter, fastened with another substantial padlock identical to the one outside. I approached cautiously, examining the metal surface. Unlike everything else in the church, the trap door showed minimal aging. No scratches marred its surface. No significant rust degraded its mechanism. Just cold, dirty metal sealed deliberately against intrusion. Jack knelt beside it, giving the chains an experimental tug. They rattled ominously, but held firm. Why would anyone need chains this heavy? I wondered aloud, voice echoing slightly in the empty space. Jack looked up, excitement building in his expression. Maybe it's not actually a church, he suggested. Could be some kind of hideout or storage facility. For what? I asked, though the question felt rhetorical. Could be anything, he replied, standing and wiping dust from his hands. Cash, valuables, some smuggler's stash. Why else lock it up like this? I shook my head, unconvinced. Or it could be something dangerous, hazardous materials, something toxic people wanted to hide. My rational argument fell on deaf ears. Jack's expression had changed subtly. A strange intensity now animated his features, his eyes focused with unusual sharpness on the trapdoor. I'd known him for decades and had never seen him look this way before. We need to get in there, he announced suddenly, moving toward the hole in the forest beyond. Let's find something to break those chains. Wait, I called, grabbing his arm as he passed. You can't be serious. He yanked free with unexpected force, already crawling outside without responding. I scrambled after him, confused by his sudden obsession. Outside, Jack paced the perimeter, kicking at the ground and examining rocks scattered nearby. The purposefulness of his movements unsettled me. What exactly are you doing? I asked, though I already knew. Looking for a rock, he confirmed without looking up. Something heavy enough to smash that lock. The forest floor offered nothing substantial, just pine needles and small stones inadequate for his purpose. I approached him, trying to inject reason into his sudden fixation. This is crazy, I said firmly. Even if something valuable is down there, it clearly belongs to someone who went to extreme lengths to secure it. So, Jack replied, disturbingly unconcerned. So if you're right about valuables, they probably belong to dangerous people. Breaking in would be signing our own death warrants. He didn't even acknowledge my point. I'll hike until I find something suitable, he declared, striding purposefully into the trees, however long it takes. His behavior had become so uncharacteristic that alarm transformed to genuine fear, not of the church or trapdoor, but for my friend's mental state. I pursued him, grabbed his shoulder, and physically spun him around. What the hell has gotten into you? I demanded. His response was immediate and violent. He shoved me backward with surprising strength. The confrontation escalated rapidly as we grappled among the trees, our friendship temporarily forgotten in the struggle. Though taller, Jack had always been leaner than me, and I eventually managed to force him against a tree trunk, restraining him before either of us suffered injury. Stop, I shouted directly into his face. Just stop. Something in my voice, or the physical restraint, seemed to penetrate his fixation. He froze suddenly, his aggressive posture dissolving. When he released his grip, I stepped back cautiously, both of us breathing heavily from the exertion. What's happening to you? I asked, more quietly this time. Jack looked up, his face alarmingly pale and damp with sweat. I don't know, he responded, voice barely audible. Talk to me, I pressed. What's going through your head right now? I don't know, he repeated, then after a pause. I couldn't stop thinking about that trapdoor. What might be down there? He rubbed his temples as though fighting a headache. It felt like I needed to know, like it was calling to me somehow. His words sent an involuntary shiver through me. I crouched beside him, watching as he gradually returned to himself. Are you okay to keep moving? I asked eventually. Let's put some distance between us and this place. He nodded weakly, and we retrieved our packs in silence, leaving the strange church behind us. But something fundamental had changed, and we both felt it. The remainder of our trip proceeded mechanically. We camped 2 more nights, maintained our routine of hiking, foraging, and water collection, but the enthusiasm that had defined our previous expeditions had vanished. I found myself watching Jack constantly, alert for any recurrence of his disturbing behavior. Though physically present, his mind seemed partially elsewhere, his responses delayed, his usual animated commentary replaced by distracted muttering. On our 5th night, stationed near a small lake miles from the church, I finally confronted him directly. Our small fire provided barely enough light to see his features as I posed the question that had preoccupied me since our discovery. What really happened back there, Jack? And don't tell me you don't know. He stared into the flames, silent long enough that I wondered if he'd heard me. When he finally spoke, his voice carried an unfamiliar hesitancy. Have you ever felt pulled toward something? Not just curious, but physically drawn to it? I shook my head, though the darkness likely obscured the gesture. That trap door, he continued. When I saw it, everything else just faded away, like nothing mattered except getting it open. His hands trembled slightly as he fed another stick into the fire. I couldn't hear you anymore, couldn't think straight. It was like something reached inside my head and flipped a switch. That doesn't sound like curiosity, I observed. It sounds like obsession, or something worse. Jack nodded slowly. It wasn't natural. Nothing about it felt right, but I couldn't stop myself. He looked up, meeting my eyes directly for the first time since the incident. What do you think would have happened if we'd opened it? The question hung between us, unanswerable yet disturbing. What indeed lay beneath that reinforced metal door, secured with chains designed to withstand decades of determined intrusion? Nothing good, I finally replied. Nothing that should see daylight. Yeah, Jack agreed softly. That's what scares me now, because in that moment I would have done anything to find out. Sleep evaded me that night despite physical exhaustion. I lay awake listening to the forest sounds, wind through pine needles, distant animals moving through underbrush, Jack's troubled breathing from beneath his poncho shelter. My mind replayed the church's discovery repeatedly, focusing on details that seemed increasingly significant. The absence from official maps, the remarkable preservation of the trap door compared to the decaying structure around it, the immediate and profound effect on Jack's behavior. What haunted me most was the implication that mere proximity to the church had altered something fundamental in my friend's mind. I'd known Jack since childhood. His temperament, his reasoning, his responses to stress and excitement. The person who had fought me over that trap door had been Jack, yet simultaneously someone else entirely. Something had reached inside him, redirecting his thoughts and desires toward that sealed opening in the earth. The question that kept me staring into darkness was painfully simple. If nearness alone affected him so dramatically, what might have happened had we succeeded in breaking those chains? The following morning brought heavy rain, soaking us as we packed our meager camp and continued our trek. Jack seemed more himself, joking weakly about our drenched condition, helping me navigate a particularly steep descent. But the easy camaraderie of our previous trips remained absent. Something invisible now stood between us, acknowledged but unaddressed. By late afternoon, the downpour intensified, forcing us to establish camp earlier than planned. We constructed a crude shelter using both our ponchos, huddling beneath while water cascaded around us. The proximity made conversation inevitable. I keep thinking about that church, Jack admitted, watching raindrops hammer the forest floor. Not like before, not that weird compulsion, just questions. Like what? I asked cautiously. Like who built it? And why there, in the middle of nowhere? He gestured vaguely at the forest surrounding us. Churches need congregations. That place wasn't built for regular services. Maybe it wasn't always isolated, I suggested. Could have been a settlement nearby that disappeared, logging camp or something similar. Jack shook his head. Then where are the ruins? The roads? There was nothing but wilderness for miles. I had no satisfactory answer. The church's isolation defied logical explanation, as did its absence from park records. Algonquin had been thoroughly surveyed and mapped. Structures, even abandoned ones, would appear in documentation. What about the trapdoor? I asked, despite my better judgment. Any theories? Jack's expression darkened. Too many. Storage cellar, shelter, prison cell. Grave, I added quietly. He nodded. That too. We fell silent, listening to rain pummel our improvised shelter. The forest surrounding us suddenly seemed less welcoming. its vastness concealing unknown histories and perhaps other anomalous structures forgotten by time and official record-keeping. "We should report it," I suggested eventually. "When we get back, tell the park rangers." Jack considered this briefly before responding. "And say what? We found an unmapped church with a mysterious trapdoor that made me temporarily insane? They'd laugh us out of the station." He was right, of course. Without photographs or precise coordinates, our account would sound like campfire fiction or the product of wilderness-induced hallucination. Two exhausted campers mistaking a natural formation for something man-made or exaggerating a minor discovery. "Besides," Jack continued, "part of me doesn't want anyone else finding that place. Some things should stay lost in the woods." His sentiment resonated uncomfortably with my own feelings. Despite rational arguments for reporting our discovery, something deeper warned against drawing attention to the church. Whatever lay beneath that trapdoor had remained sealed for decades, perhaps longer. Maybe it should stay that way. Our final days in Algonquin passed uneventfully. We gradually recovered some of our previous enthusiasm, particularly when a successful fishing attempt provided a welcome change from foraged berries and edible plants. On our last night, beneath a clear sky filled with stars impossible to see from Toronto, we almost managed to discuss the church with detached curiosity rather than lingering unease. "The Cellar Church," Jack dubbed it, attempting to transform our experience into something approaching humor. "Our very own Algonquin mystery." I forced a smile but couldn't fully embrace his attempt at lightness. "Let's hope it remains just that, a mystery." He nodded, understanding my meaning without elaboration. Some mysteries exist not to be solved, but avoided entirely. Our return to civilization should have normalized everything: hot showers, proper beds, reliable meals, yet I found myself struggling to reintegrate. Toronto's constant noise and motion, once familiar and comforting, now felt abrasive and overwhelming. I would catch myself staring out my apartment window toward the northern horizon, thinking about that isolated church standing silent among ancient trees. Jack and I met regularly for drinks, planning future expeditions with apparent enthusiasm, but our conversations inevitably circled back to Algonquin and our discovery. We developed a shorthand, referring to it as the cellar stash, transforming it into an anecdote shared over beers, a strange interlude rather than a disturbing encounter. Jack would grin and shake his head, saying things like, "I'd be a millionaire right now if you hadn't stopped me." We'd laugh, change subjects, and pretend the memory carried no weight. Yet neither of us ever suggested returning to that section of Algonquin. When planning subsequent trips, we deliberately selected routes and regions far from that central area where the church stood. This unspoken avoidance contradicted our casual treatment of the memory. If it was merely an amusing story, why did we ensure such geographic distance in our future adventures? Weeks passed, then months. Outwardly, life resumed its predictable patterns. I worked my office job, Jack continued his career in restaurant kitchens, and we maintained our friendship through regular meetups and occasional weekend excursions to nearby conservation areas. Yet inwardly, something had fundamentally changed for me. Sleep became problematic. I would lie awake visualizing the church with perfect clarity, its weathered gray walls, rusted crosses, and especially that trap door sealed with chains and padlocks. Jack's wild theories about hidden treasures seemed increasingly implausible. Something about the structure's isolation and deliberate security measures suggested purposes far more sinister than mere storage. 3 months after our return, I found myself researching Algonquin's history during lunch breaks, searching for any reference to churches, abandoned buildings, or historical settlements within the park boundaries. Official documentation revealed nothing helpful. The area had been designated provincial parkland in 1893, with minimal development beyond recreational facilities and ranger stations. Before that designation, the region had hosted limited logging operations and indigenous communities, but detailed records of structures were sparse. I expanded my search to online forums frequented by experienced backcountry campers, hoping someone might have encountered the same building and shared their experience. Hours scrolling through discussions of Algonquin's trails, wildlife, and camping spots yielded nothing resembling our discovery. If others had found the church, they hadn't documented it publicly. The absence of corroborating information created an unsettling possibility. What if the church didn't exist as I remembered it? What if exhaustion, dehydration, or some environmental factor had caused Jack and me to misperceive something natural as man-made? I dismissed this theory almost immediately. Our experience had been too detailed, too prolonged for hallucination. We had touched those walls, examined that trapdoor, felt the cold metal chains. The church was real, regardless of its absence from official records. One evening, roughly 6 months after our Algonquin trip, Jack called unexpectedly. His voice carried an unfamiliar tension that immediately captured my attention. "Are you busy right now?" he asked without preamble. "Just watching TV," I replied. "What's up?" "I need to talk. In person. Can I come over?" 20 minutes later, Jack arrived at my apartment, agitation evident in his restless movements as he paced my small living room. He declined offers of beer or food, focused entirely on whatever had prompted his visit. "I've been having dreams," he finally announced, dropping heavily onto my couch. "About the church, every night for the past 2 weeks." Something cold settled in my stomach. "What kind of dreams?" "Always the same. I'm alone inside the church, standing by that trap door. The chains are gone." He swallowed visibly. "And I'm opening it." "What's inside?" I asked, both dreading and needing to hear his answer. "That's just it. I always wake up right as I'm lifting the door, right at the edge of seeing." His hands trembled slightly as he ran them through his hair. "But here's the thing. I wake up feeling excited, like I'm about to receive something I've wanted my entire life." The admission hung between us, its implications disturbing on multiple levels. Jack's expression conveyed confusion and fear, but something else lurked beneath, a hint of the same intense focus I'd witnessed in the forest. "It's just dreams," I offered weakly, attempting reassurance neither of us believed. "Subconscious processing the weird experience we had?" "Is it?" Jack challenged. "Because last night I woke up halfway to my front door, fully dressed, car keys in hand, like I was leaving." "Sleepwalking?" "Maybe. Or maybe something's trying to pull me back there." His voice lowered almost to a whisper. "Sometimes I can feel it even when I'm awake, like a tugging inside my head." I contemplated his words, comparing them with my own experience. While the church featured prominently in my thoughts, I'd experienced nothing resembling compulsion or sleepwalking episodes. Whatever affected Jack operated differently or perhaps more intensely with him. "Have you considered talking to someone?" I suggested carefully. "A professional, I mean." Jack laughed humorlessly. "And tell them what? That I'm being summoned by a mysterious trapdoor in an abandoned church that doesn't officially exist? That would end well." He had a point. The experience defied conventional psychological explanations, existing in a gray area between trauma response and something altogether different. "What about medication?" I tried. "Something to help you sleep without dreams?" "Already tried over-the-counter stuff. Doesn't work." He leaned forward, eyes intense. "I think I need to go back." Alarm surged through me. "That's a terrible idea." "Hear me out," he insisted. "Maybe seeing it again, confirming it's just a weird old building, would help my brain let it go. Exposure therapy, right?" "Or it could make everything worse," I countered. "What if you have the same reaction as before? What if it's stronger this time?" Jack had clearly anticipated my objections. "That's why you'd come with me. Keep me from doing anything stupid. We go, take some pictures, leave. Quick validation that it's nothing supernatural, just an abandoned structure with an odd basement." His proposal terrified me precisely because part of me recognized its potential merit. Demystifying our experience through daylight documentation might indeed diminish its psychological impact. Yet simultaneously returning felt dangerous in ways I couldn't articulate, as though revisiting the church would strengthen whatever connection had formed between it and Jack's mind. "Let me think about it," I said eventually. "This isn't something to rush into." Jack nodded, visibly relieved that I hadn't immediately rejected the idea. Fair enough, just don't take too long. These dreams are getting worse, not better. After he left, I sat alone contemplating our conversation. Jack's deteriorating mental state demanded action, but returning to Algonquin carried undeniable risks. My instincts screamed warnings against revisiting that place, yet I couldn't abandon my friend to face his growing obsession alone. What troubled me most was the situation's fundamental asymmetry. Whatever influence the church exerted had affected Jack profoundly while barely touching me. His description of feeling pulled toward the trapdoor matched his behavior during our original encounter, a single-minded fixation overriding reason and relationship. If we returned and he experienced that compulsion again, could I physically restrain him? And for how long? I slept poorly that night, mind cycling through scenarios and outcomes, none satisfactory. By morning, I'd reached a compromise position. We would research more thoroughly before considering a return trip. Perhaps additional information would render physical investigation unnecessary or at least better prepare us for what we might face. 2 days later, Jack and I met at the Toronto Reference Library, seeking historical information beyond what online searches could provide. The massive facility housed extensive archives, including regional histories, surveyor reports, and newspapers dating back to Ontario's earliest European settlements. If documentation of our mysterious church existed anywhere, this represented our best chance of finding it. We began with historical maps of the Algonquin region, comparing modern topographical surveys with 19th century renderings. Provincial park establishment had changed boundaries and naming conventions, making direct comparisons challenging. Still, we methodically examined each map, seeking any structure marked in the approximate location of our discovery. Hours passed without success. The church remained as absent from historical documentation as from contemporary records. By mid-afternoon, frustration had replaced initial determination, and we expanded our search to regional newspapers and accounts of early settlements. "This feels pointless," Jack muttered, closing yet another index volume. Maybe it was built after these records, or by someone who deliberately avoided documentation. I understood his frustration, but continued scanning microfiche copies of a local newspaper from 1897. Something about the isolation and construction of that church suggested age rather than recency. Its weathered timbers and architectural simplicity pointed to 19th century origins rather than modern construction. Near closing time, when exhaustion threatened to end our search, I discovered something promising in an obscure regional history text. A single paragraph referenced a solitary chapel established by an unnamed religious order in Algonquin's interior during the 1880s, before the area's designation as provincial parkland. The account contained no specific location or purpose, merely noting the structure had been abandoned before completion following unfortunate events. "Look at this," I called to Jack, pushing the book across the table. He read quickly, expression brightening. "This has to be it. The timing fits, and solitary chapel matches what we saw." "Unfortunate events," I quoted. "Wonder what that means." "Could be anything in the 1880s, Jack reasoned. Disease outbreak, accident, conflict with locals. Or something connected to whatever's under that trapdoor," I suggested quietly. The library's closing announcement interrupted further speculation. We photographed the relevant page and several maps for reference, then reluctantly departed with more questions than answers. Our discovery confirmed the church's historical existence, but added mystifying context. Why would a religious order establish an isolated chapel only to abandon it before completion? We continued our investigation over dinner at a nearby pub, reviewing our limited findings while constructing theories about the church's origins and purpose. Religious retreats were common in that era, Jack noted between bites of his burger. Maybe it was meant as a meditation space, somewhere deliberately isolated from civilization. "Doesn't explain the trapdoor," I countered, "or why they'd secure it so thoroughly." "Storage cellar for provisions?" he suggested without conviction. "They'd need to protect food from animals if they were that remote." We both recognize the inadequacy of this explanation. No ordinary storage area would require such extensive security measures, particularly the heavy chains and industrial-grade padlocks. Whatever lay beneath that steel door had warranted extraordinary precautions against discovery or escape. We need more information, I concluded. Something specifically about that religious order and why they abandoned the project. Jack nodded agreement, but his expression had subtly changed, the earlier research enthusiasm giving way to something more introspective. The dreams stopped, he said abruptly. What? Since we started researching, 2 nights without dreams about the trapdoor. He looked up, meeting my gaze directly, like it knows we're looking for answers. His statement sent an involuntary shiver through me. The implication of awareness that whatever connection existed between Jack and the church operated bi-directionally crossed a threshold from unsettling to genuinely frightening. That's good, right? I managed. If the dreams have stopped? Maybe, he replied doubtfully. Or maybe it's just waiting. I forced a laugh, trying to lighten his ominous suggestion. Now you're being dramatic. It's an old building with a basement, not some sentient entity. Jack didn't share my attempted humor. Then why can't I stop thinking about it? Even without the dreams, it's constantly in my head, like background noise that never quite fades. I had no satisfactory response. My own thoughts frequently returned to the church, but never with the compulsive quality Jack described. For him, the experience had transcended memory to become an ongoing psychological presence. Less recollection than relationship. Our research continued sporadically over subsequent weeks. Jack located an archival reference to a contemplative order that had established temporary settlements in Ontario's wilderness during the late 19th century, though specific denominations and locations remained unspecified. I discovered a surveyor's journal from 1902 that briefly mentioned remains of previous habitation in Algonquin's interior, but provided no coordinates or detailed descriptions. Each fragment confirmed the historical reality of our discovery without explaining its anomalous features or absence from official records. The church existed in documentation only as peripheral mentions and vague allusions. Its specific purpose and abandonment causes remaining mysterious. 2 months into our investigation, we hit an unexpected breakthrough. Jack's kitchen colleague, hearing about our research interest, mentioned his grandfather had worked as an Algonquin park ranger during the 1960s and possessed journals from that period. He arranged an introduction, and we soon found ourselves in the living room of Edwin Morley, a sharp-minded octogenarian with decades of wilderness experience. Grandfather kept meticulous records, Jack's colleague had explained. If anything unusual existed in his territory, he would have noted it. Edwin greeted us warmly, but with evident curiosity about our interest. After brief explanations, carefully framed to avoid sounding irrational, he retrieved several leather-bound journals from a bookshelf. 62 through 68, he explained, setting them on a coffee table. My most active years with the service. What exactly are you looking for? Structures in the interior, I replied. Specifically, an old church or chapel that might have been built before the park was established. Recognition flickered across Edwin's weathered features. The Keeper's Chapel, he said quietly. Jack and I exchanged startled glances. You know about it? Jack asked, trying to control his excitement. Edwin nodded slowly, selecting a journal marked 1964 and carefully turning brittle pages. It wasn't on official maps even then, more legend than documented landmark. Rangers knew about it, but visitors weren't guided there. Why not? I pressed. Edwin found his desired page and adjusted his reading glasses. Bad history, bad feeling about the place. He began reading from his journal. April 18, 1964. Northwestern Patrol extended due to reported smoke sightings. No evidence of campfires or unauthorized activity. Diverted to examine condition of Keeper's Chapel following winter storms. Structure remains intact despite age. Door chains maintained. Advised headquarters of inspection as per protocol. He looked up from the journal, observing our reactions. There were standing orders to check it periodically, but otherwise leave it undisturbed. The Keeper's Chapel, Jack repeated. Who or what was being kept? Edwin shrugged slightly. Before my time. Old-timers wouldn't discuss it directly, just said it was best left alone. Some mentioned it wasn't originally a chapel at all, but something else entirely. Was there anything about a trapdoor inside? I asked. Or what might be underneath? The older man's expression shifted subtly, caution replacing conversational openness. You've been there, he stated rather than asked. Recently? We nodded confirmation. And you saw inside? Through a hole in the wall, Jack explained. The main door was still chained. Edwin closed his journal deliberately. Then you saw the floor access. Did you attempt to open it? No, I answered quickly. It was chained too. But we were curious about what it might contain. Relief visibly passed through the former ranger. Good. Very good. He leaned forward, voice lowering despite our private setting. Listen carefully. That structure was built for containment, not worship. The religious elements came later, attempts to sanctify what couldn't be destroyed. His statement confirmed my worst suspicions while raising countless new questions. Containment of what? I ventured. Edwin shook his head firmly. Some questions shouldn't be answered. Some knowledge shouldn't be sought. He tapped his closed journal. Even in these private records, I never documented what senior rangers told me about that place. Some things are better left unwritten. Jack's frustration showed clearly. We need to understand. I've been having dreams. Dreams? Edwin interrupted sharply, newfound alarm evident. About the chapel? About the trap door specifically, Jack admitted, opening it. The elderly man's face paled visibly. That's how it begins, he whispered. First dreams, then waking thoughts. Eventually, compulsion. He studied Jack intently. How long since you visited the site? About 7 months, I answered when Jack hesitated. Edwin nodded slowly. Distance usually weakens the effect, unless susceptibility is high. He turned directly to Jack. You must not return there under any circumstances. Distance is your only protection. Protection from what? Jack demanded, voice rising with frustration. Everyone speaks in riddles about this place. I need concrete information. No, Edwin replied firmly. You don't. Knowledge strengthens connection. Understanding deepens vulnerability. He collected his journals with deliberate movements. I'll tell you only this. What lies beneath that chapel was sealed there for essential reasons by people who understood exactly what they confronted. The chains aren't to keep curious hikers out. They're to keep something else in. His cryptic warning concluded our meeting, leaving us with confirmation of the church's significance but few actionable details. As we departed, Edwin pressed a small object into my hand, a tarnished silver medallion bearing unfamiliar symbols. If the dreams worsen or compulsion strengthens, he instructed quietly, place this under his pillow. It may help create distance. I pocketed the item without question, thanking him for his time. Outside, walking toward the subway station, Jack finally verbalized our shared frustration. That was simultaneously enlightening and completely useless, he complained. We confirmed the church exists and has an official designation, but learned nothing concrete about what it contains or why it affects me specifically. I considered Edwin's deliberately vague warnings, weighing them against our months of research. I think his generation practiced intentional obscurity, I suggested. They knew enough to recognize danger but chose to protect through ignorance rather than education. Well, it's not working, Jack replied bitterly. Ignorance hasn't stopped these dreams or thoughts. If anything, the mystery makes it worse. He was right, of course. Our investigation had provided historical validation without practical understanding. We knew the church, the Keeper's Chapel, had been built for containment rather than worship, but remained ignorant about what required such isolation and security. Edwin's warning against return offered no alternative solution for Jack's ongoing psychological connection to the site. That evening, alone in my apartment, I examined the medallion Edwin had given me. Its surface featured intricate engravings, concentric circles surrounding a complex geometric pattern. Though clearly designed with symbolic intent, its meaning and origin remained mysterious. I couldn't determine whether it represented religious iconography, occult symbolism, or something entirely different. Following Edwin's instructions, I mailed it to Jack the next morning with a brief note explaining its purported purpose. He responded with skeptical thanks, promising to try the suggested placement despite doubts about its efficacy. What struck me most about his message was a subtle shift in tone, a resignation replacing previous agitation, as though he'd accepted his condition as permanent rather than solvable. 2 weeks passed without communication, unusual for our typically regular contact. When I finally called his apartment, Jack answered on the first ring, voice alert despite the late hour. "I was just thinking about you," he said, an odd formality coloring his usual casual greeting. "We should talk." "Everything okay?" I asked, immediately concerned. "Better than okay," he replied with uncharacteristic enthusiasm. "I've gained perspective, clarity about our situation." His phrasing, "our situation" rather than "my problem," immediately triggered concern. "What kind of clarity?" "Not over the phone," he insisted. "Meet me tomorrow, the coffee shop near your office, noon." I agreed without hesitation, simultaneously relieved at his apparent improvement and unsettled by the abrupt change. Throughout our friendship, Jack had never been one for dramatic announcements or mysterious meetings. His new approach suggested a fundamental shift in personality or perspective. Sleep proved elusive that night, my mind constructing scenarios for our upcoming conversation. Had the medallion worked as Edwin suggested, creating psychological distance from the church's influence? Or had Jack found alternative information explaining his connection to the site? Most concerning was the possibility that his improved mood signaled surrender rather than resolution, acceptance of compulsion rather than liberation from it. The following day, I arrived at the coffee shop 15 minutes early, selecting a corner table offering privacy for our conversation. Jack appeared precisely at noon, punctuality being another uncharacteristic behavior. He moved with unusual purpose, navigating between tables with fluid confidence rather than his typical casual amble. "Thanks for coming," he greeted, sliding into the seat opposite mine. His appearance startled me. He'd lost weight since our last meeting, his face thinner and more angular. Dark circles beneath his eyes suggested ongoing sleep disturbances despite his energetic demeanor. "You said you've gained clarity," I prompted after brief pleasantries. "About the church?" He nodded, leaning forward with intensity. "I've been thinking about Edwin's warnings, about containment versus worship." His voice lowered conspiratorially. "What if they got it backward? What if whatever's beneath that chapel isn't something dangerous needing containment, but something valuable requiring protection?" The theory wasn't entirely implausible, yet something in his eager delivery unsettled me deeply. "Valuable how?" I questioned cautiously. "Knowledge," he replied immediately. "Understanding beyond conventional limits. Think about it. Religious orders throughout history have sequestered sacred texts and artifacts, protecting them from destruction or misuse." His eyes gleamed with enthusiasm. "What if the Keeper's Chapel doesn't imprison something dangerous but preserves something transformative?" His theory directly contradicted Edwin's warnings while conveniently aligning with his ongoing compulsion. This reframing transformed restriction into invitation, changing chains from barriers to protective measures, guarding something precious. "That's an interesting perspective," I acknowledged neutrally. "What led you to this conclusion?" Jack hesitated briefly before responding. "The dream's changed. I'm still opening the trap door, but now I can see inside. Just glimpses, but enough to recognize possibility." "What kind of possibility?" I pressed, increasingly concerned by his evident excitement. "Knowledge, connection, understanding beyond anything we've imagined." He leaned closer, voice barely audible. "I think it's been calling to me specifically because I'm somehow prepared to receive what it offers." The medallion Edwin provided clearly hadn't diminished Jack's connection to the chapel. If anything, his psychological attachment had strengthened and evolved. Most alarming was his personalization of the experience, the belief that he specifically had been chosen or was uniquely prepared for whatever lay beneath that trap door. "Jack," I began carefully, "has it occurred to you that these feelings might be exactly what Edwin warned against? The strengthening compulsion he mentioned? His expression hardened slightly. Edwin knows only what others told him. Second-hand warnings from people who feared what they didn't understand. He dismissed the concern with a wave. Besides, I've never felt clearer or more focused. This claim contradicted his physical appearance, the weight loss and evident exhaustion suggesting ongoing stress rather than newfound clarity. His certainty possessed an almost religious quality, faith replacing the questioning approach that had characterized our research. "What exactly are you planning?" I asked directly, suspecting his answer before he spoke. "We need to return," he confirmed. "Complete what we started, open the trapdoor, and discover what's been waiting for us." The plurality of his statement, waiting for us rather than waiting for me, didn't escape my notice. Despite claiming unique receptivity, he still positioned me as a necessary participant in this revelation. Whether from genuine desire for shared experience or need for practical assistance with the chains, he clearly viewed my involvement as essential. "That's not happening," I stated firmly. "Edwin made it clear returning would be dangerous, especially for you." Jack's expression shifted from enthusiasm to calculation. "I'm going with or without you," he declared, "but it would be safer with help." His manipulation was transparent yet effective, framing my participation as harm reduction rather than endorsement. If determined to return regardless of my input, accompanying him might indeed provide opportunity for intervention or restraint. "When are you thinking of going?" I asked, buying time while considering options. "This weekend," he replied immediately. "I've already requested days off work and prepped equipment." The immediacy of his plan shocked me. "That's in 3 days." He nodded confirmation. "The sooner the better. The connection is strongest now. I can feel it calling more clearly than ever." We spent the next hour in careful negotiation, me delaying without outright refusal, him pressing for commitment without revealing the full extent of his preparations. We eventually reached an uncomfortable compromise. I would accompany him to Algonquin, but maintained veto power over approaching the chapel, depending on his mental state upon arrival. After our meeting, I immediately called Edwin Morley, explaining Jack's deteriorating condition and imminent plans. The elderly man's response confirmed my worst fears. "The connection has progressed too far," he stated grimly. "The medallion works only in early stages, before the calling establishes deep roots." "What exactly is calling to him?" I demanded, abandoning pretense of measured inquiry. "You know more than you've shared." Edwin sighed heavily. Knowledge passed verbally through generations of rangers suggested an entity, something ancient that predated European settlement. Indigenous peoples avoided that region entirely, considering it spiritually contaminated. His voice lowered. The religious order that built the chapel attempted to contain rather than destroy what they found. Their journals reportedly described it as older than Christian understanding and patient beyond human comprehension. "How does it connect with certain people?" I pressed. "Susceptibility varies," Edwin explained. "Some individuals resonate more strongly with its influence. Once connection establishes, physical distance becomes increasingly irrelevant." "How do we break the connection?" I asked, focusing on practical solutions. Edwin's hesitation spoke volumes. "Traditional methods involve immersion in moving water, lakes, rivers, waterfalls, temporary effectiveness at best." He paused. "In advanced cases like your friend's, the only permanent solution is—" He didn't complete the sentence, but his meaning registered clearly. Jack's condition had progressed beyond simple intervention. Whatever influence emanated from that chapel had embedded itself thoroughly in his consciousness, reshaping his perceptions and desires toward a single purpose: returning to open that trap door. "I need to stop him from going back," I concluded. "Yes," Edwin agreed quietly. "By any means necessary." Despite my best efforts to dissuade him through rational arguments and emotional appeals, Jack remained fixated on returning to Algonquin. His determination had transformed into something approaching religious fervor, an unshakable conviction that answers awaited him beneath that rusted trapdoor. Our friendship, once defined by mutual respect and consideration, now strained under the weight of his single-minded obsession. I considered extreme measures. contacting his family with fabricated concerns about his mental health, reporting a vague threat to park authorities, even contemplating physical intervention if necessary. Each option presented significant ethical dilemmas without guaranteeing his safety. Ultimately, I concluded that accompanying him offered the best chance to protect him from whatever awaited at the Keeper's Chapel. 3 days later, we departed Toronto before dawn, Jack driving with uncharacteristic focus and minimal conversation. The familiar route north triggered memories of previous trips, carefree adventures unmarred by the darkness that now accompanied us. Jack had changed physically in the weeks since our coffee shop meeting, losing more weight while developing an almost feverish energy that manifested in constant motion and darting glances. "You seem different," I observed as we passed Huntsville, attempting to gauge his mental state. "Focused," he replied without elaboration, eyes fixed on the highway ahead. "Edwin's warnings didn't concern you at all?" I pressed, seeking any indication of caution or doubt. Jack's hands tightened on the steering wheel. "Edwin knows stories. I know truth." "What truth?" "That I've been chosen, that completion awaits." His certainty carried the unmistakable quality of delusion, absolute conviction, impervious to contradiction or evidence. We reached Algonquin's western entrance by mid-morning, parking at the same trailhead we'd used 7 months earlier. Jack moved with mechanical efficiency, shouldering his pack and checking coordinates on his GPS unit. Unlike our previous expedition, this trip featured minimal equipment, just essentials for overnight camping and tools I suspected were intended for breaking chains. "We should reach the chapel by late afternoon if we maintain good pace," he announced, already striding toward the forest. "I want to arrive before sunset." I followed silently, mentally reviewing the contents of my own pack. Beyond standard camping gear, I carried 3 items Edwin had pressed upon me during a hurried meeting the previous evening. A flask of water from a specific waterfall within the park, a small cloth pouch containing herbs and minerals of unspecified purpose, and explicit instructions for their use if Jack's behavior escalated beyond reason. "Last resort measures," Edwin had explained gravely. "Traditional methods passed down through generations, effectiveness uncertain, particularly against advanced influence." The uncertainty proved far from reassuring, but I accepted the items gratefully, recognizing them as my only concrete resources against whatever awaited us at the chapel. Our hike proceeded with grim efficiency, Jack setting a punishing pace that left little breath for conversation. Unlike previous trips characterized by appreciation of natural surroundings and companionable silences, this journey felt purposeful and tense, a mission rather than an adventure. Jack consulted his GPS obsessively, making minor course corrections to maintain direct routing toward our destination. His navigational certainty contrasted sharply with our initial discovery of the chapel, which had occurred through chance rather than deliberate tracking. "How can you be so precise about its location?" I questioned during a brief water break. "It didn't appear on any maps." "I know exactly where it is," he replied without elaboration, as though the knowledge existed independently of maps or memory. By mid-afternoon, the forest began displaying familiar characteristics: the specific density of pine and birch, the slight elevation changes, the pattern of underbrush growth. Even without GPS guidance, I recognized our approach to the chapel's location, a realization that sent involuntary shivers through my exhausted body. Jack's pace accelerated as recognition dawned, his movements becoming almost frantic with anticipation. When the chapel finally appeared through thinning trees, gray walls exactly as remembered, he stopped abruptly, breath catching audibly. "It's waiting," he whispered, an unsettling smile spreading across his gaunt features. The structure stood unchanged since our departure, weathered walls supporting a moss-covered roof, rusted cross tilting precariously against the sky, main entrance secured with heavy chains and padlock. The forest had reclaimed no additional territory during our absence. The building remained suspended in its peculiar state of partial decay, neither collapsing further nor fully surrendering to natural reclamation. Jack approached reverently, circling toward the hole in the eastern wall that had provided our original entry. I followed cautiously, hands drifting unconsciously toward my pack containing Edwin's supplies. The afternoon sun cast long shadows through surrounding trees, creating disorienting patterns across the chapel's weathered exterior. "Jack," I called, attempting one final intervention. "Let's set up camp first. Approach this with clear heads tomorrow morning." He ignored my suggestion completely, already dropping to his knees beside the jagged opening. Without hesitation, he removed his pack and crawled inside, disappearing into the chapel's dim interior before I could formulate further objections. Left with no alternative, I followed reluctantly, the rough edges of the hole scraping against my shoulders, just as they had months earlier. Inside, the air hung heavy with the same damp coldness I remembered, though an additional quality now permeated the atmosphere, an almost electric tension that raised goosebumps along my arms. Jack stood precisely where I expected, directly beside the steel trapdoor in the chapel's center. The chains remained intact, wrapped securely around the perimeter and fastened with the substantial padlock we recalled. He stared downward with singular focus, apparently oblivious to my entry or presence. "It's speaking," he murmured, kneeling beside the metal surface. "Can you hear it?" I remained silent, observing his behavior with mounting concern. One hand caressed the chains almost lovingly, while the other reached for his pack, retrieving a heavy-duty bolt cutter partially concealed beneath other equipment. "Jack," I began carefully, "think about what you're doing. Edwin warned specifically against—" "Edwin fears what he doesn't understand," Jack interrupted sharply. "What they all feared. But I understand now. I've been prepared." He positioned the bolt cutter around a chain link, arm muscles tensing with anticipated exertion. Acting instinctively, I lunged forward, grabbing his wrist before he could apply pressure. "Stop," I demanded. "This isn't you talking. Something's influencing your thoughts." Jack's response came with shocking violence. He twisted suddenly, driving his elbow into my sternum with enough force to send me sprawling backward. The unexpected attack left me gasping for breath while he returned his attention to the chains, cutting through the first link with a metallic snap that echoed ominously through the empty structure. "I'm sorry," he said, without looking up, continuing methodically to the next link. "But nothing can prevent completion now. It's waited too long already." Despite throbbing pain in my chest, I scrambled toward my discarded pack, frantically retrieving Edwin's waterfall flask. The elderly man's instructions echoed in my mind. Direct contact with the influenced person. Water must touch skin to create temporary barrier. Jack had severed 3 chain links by the time I regained my footing, the padlock now hanging uselessly from partially loosened restraints. His movements displayed practiced efficiency, suggesting he had rehearsed this process mentally or physically before our arrival. I uncapped the flask, approaching cautiously from behind. "Jack, please." I attempted one final verbal intervention. "Whatever's calling to you isn't offering knowledge. It's using you." He paused briefly, head tilting as though listening to contradictory voices. This momentary hesitation provided my opportunity. I lunged forward, splashing the flask contents directly onto his exposed neck and face. His reaction was immediate and horrifying. A scream erupted from his throat, raw and animal in its intensity, as he recoiled from the metal door, hands clawing at his dampened skin. His body convulsed violently, collapsing sideways onto the dirt floor while unintelligible sounds continued pouring from his mouth. I knelt beside him, heart pounding with fear and regret. "Jack, can you hear me?" His convulsions gradually subsided, replaced by shuddering breaths and disoriented blinking. When his eyes finally focused on mine, I saw confusion rather than obsession, the first glimpse of my actual friend since our discovery of the chapel months earlier. "What?" he managed weakly. "Where are we? What happened?" Relief flooded through me. "You're okay. We're in Algonquin, the chapel." I helped him to sitting position, supporting his trembling frame. "Do you remember coming here?" He shook his head slowly, eyes widening as surroundings registered. "The trapdoor," he whispered, gaze fixing on the partially unchained metal surface. "God, what was I doing?" "Something was influencing you," I explained gently, "drawing you back here." Recognition dawned gradually across his features, memories apparently returning in disjointed fragments. The dreams, the voices. Horror replaced confusion. I was going to open it. I wanted to open it more than anything. But you didn't, I reassured him. We stopped in time. Jack struggled to stand, leaning heavily against me. We need to leave, now, before it starts again. I nodded emphatic agreement, gathering our discarded packs while supporting his unsteady movements toward the wall opening. The trapdoor remained partially secured, 3 severed chain links, leaving the majority still interwoven around its perimeter. Though functionally weakened, the restraints maintained visual integrity. Whatever lay beneath remained contained, if less securely than before. Outside, afternoon had surrendered to early evening, long shadows stretching across the forest floor. Jack stumbled toward a fallen log several meters from the chapel, collapsing onto it with visible exhaustion. "How bad was I?" he asked quietly, face buried in trembling hands. I hesitated, weighing honesty against compassion. "Pretty bad," focused on opening that door to the exclusion of everything else. He nodded miserably. "I remember feelings more than details, certainty, purpose, like nothing else mattered except getting back here." His voice broke slightly. It wasn't me thinking those thoughts, but they felt like mine. "Edwin called it influence," I explained, sitting beside him. "Something from beneath the chapel reaching out, establishing connection with susceptible individuals." "Like infection," Jack murmured, "or possession." Neither characterization seemed inaccurate based on witnessed behavior. Whatever force emanated from beneath that trap door operated with intelligence and purpose, selecting specific targets and steadily reshaping their thoughts toward a single objective, releasing it from confinement. "How did you stop me?" Jack asked eventually. "I vaguely remember water." Traditional method, according to Edwin. Water from a specific waterfall within the park. I patted my pack containing the remaining supplies. He provided emergency interventions, though he wasn't certain they'd work against advanced influence. Jack looked up sharply. "Advanced? Your connection progressed quickly, more intensely than typical cases apparently." I softened my tone, seeing alarm in his expression. "But the water worked. You're yourself again." "For now," he added quietly. "What if it's temporary? What if it starts again once the water dries?" His concern matched my own unspoken fears. Edwin had characterized the intervention as creating temporary barriers rather than permanent severance. The influence might indeed reassert itself given time and proximity. "We should move further away," I suggested, standing and offering assistance. "Make camp somewhere distant from the chapel. Tomorrow we hike out at first light." Jack accepted help rising, legs still unsteady beneath him. "And if it comes back? The compulsion?" "More waterfall water," I assured him, "and distance." Edwin believed physical separation eventually weakens the connection in most cases. "Most cases," Jack repeated hollowly. We gathered our packs and moved away from the chapel, Jack frequently glancing backward as though expecting pursuit. Each step seemed to require conscious effort, his body apparently conflicted between departure and return. By the time we'd covered half a kilometer, night had begun settling around us, necessitating camp establishment in a small clearing beside a shallow stream. Jack collapsed immediately onto his ground sheet, physical and emotional exhaustion, claiming dominance over residual fear. "Will you keep watch?" he requested, voice already slurring with approaching sleep. "Wake me if I try anything." "I'll watch," I promised, arranging my position strategically between him and the direction of the chapel. Despite expectations of resistance, sleep claimed him almost instantly, the first natural rest he'd likely experienced in weeks. I maintained vigilant observation, prepared to intervene if his behavior indicated returning influence. However, his breathing remained deep and regular throughout early evening hours, body occasionally twitching but never showing signs of rising. My own exhaustion gradually demanded attention, eyelids growing heavy despite determination to maintain watch. Fighting fatigue proved increasingly difficult as minutes stretched to hours without incident. Eventually, practicality forced compromise. I positioned Edwin's remaining supplies within immediate reach before allowing myself brief periods of light sleep, jerking awake frequently to check Jack's condition. Morning arrived with gray drizzle filtering through overhead branches. I woke fully to discover Jack already upright, silently packing his equipment with methodical precision. His expression remained unreadable in the dim light, prompting immediate concern. "How are you feeling?" I asked cautiously, hand drifting toward the waterfall flask. He glanced up, eyes clear and focused. "Like myself. Mostly." His movements maintained efficiency without the feverish quality that had characterized the previous day's behavior. The dreams came back briefly during the night, not as strong, but present. "Why didn't you wake me?" I demanded, alarm replacing relief. "You needed rest too," he replied simply. "Besides, they were just dreams this time, no compulsion to act." He secured his pack with a final adjustment. "But we should leave quickly. I don't trust this clarity to last near that place." We abandoned camp without preparing breakfast, prioritizing departure over comfort. Jack set a deliberately measured pace, conserving energy while maintaining steady progress away from the chapel. Though physically weakened, his navigational skills remained intact, establishing efficient routing toward the trailhead. "I keep thinking about those chains," he commented during a brief water break several hours into our hike. "I damaged them, weakened the seal." "Most links remained intact," I reminded him. "The trapdoor is still secured." "But less effectively than before," he countered. "What if that's enough? What if it can now reach further, influence more people?" The possibility had occupied my thoughts throughout our journey, but I'd avoided voicing it aloud. "We should tell Edwin. Report the damage so proper authorities can repair it." Jack nodded agreement, but his expression suggested limited faith in official response. "Those chains were ancient, maybe original to whatever religious order built the chapel. Who would even know how to properly restore them now?" His question highlighted the fundamental problem with structures like the Keeper's Chapel, protection systems established by previous generations with specific knowledge and purpose, maintained through tradition rather than understanding. When tradition faltered or knowledge disappeared, protections became increasingly vulnerable to failure. We reached the trailhead by late afternoon, both exhausted but relieved by return to civilization. Jack's condition had stabilized throughout our journey, dreams and compulsive thoughts apparently diminishing with increasing distance from the chapel. By the time we reached his vehicle, he displayed no observable symptoms beyond normal fatigue and lingering psychological distress. "What happens now?" he asked as we loaded our equipment. "Long term, I mean." Edwin suggested continued distance, I recalled, avoiding that section of Algonquin entirely, breaking patterns that might reinforce connection. "And if that's not enough?" Jack pressed. "If the dreams continue despite distance?" I retrieved Edwin's cloth pouch from my pack, offering it to Jack. He provided this as ongoing protection, didn't specify exact contents or usage, just that it contains traditional elements for maintaining barriers. Jack accepted the small bundle cautiously, examining its hand-stitched exterior. "Seems inadequate against whatever that thing is." "It's what we have," I replied simply. The drive back to Toronto passed mostly in silence, both of us processing events through individual lenses. Jack occasionally shared fragments of memory from his influenced period, disjointed impressions of voices, certainties, and compelling visions that had directed his actions. Each recollection emerged with evident distress, his hands tightening on the steering wheel as he forced words into coherent form. "It wasn't evil exactly," he attempted explaining at one point. "Not in traditional terms, more fundamentally different, operating on principles and purposes beyond human understanding. Different enough to be dangerous," I noted. He nodded slowly. "Precisely because of that difference. Like deep-sea creatures brought to surface environments, destruction occurs through incompatible contexts rather than malicious intent." His analogy provided cold comfort. Intent mattered less than impact when considering potential harm, and something capable of exerting such profound influence across physical distance clearly possessed significant power, regardless of purpose. We reached Toronto after nightfall, streetlights and traffic marking jarring transition from wilderness isolation to urban density. Jack parked outside my apartment building, engine idling as we contemplated appropriate farewells under extraordinary circumstances. Thank you, he said eventually, meeting my gaze directly. For stopping me. For coming back with me despite knowing the risks. I accepted his gratitude with a simple nod. Will you be okay tonight? You could stay over if you're concerned about being alone. He shook his head. I need to face this independently at some point. Might as well start now. His attempted smile fell short of convincing. Besides, I have Edwin's magic pouch and instructions to call immediately if anything changes. We embraced briefly before parting, the gesture carrying more significance than typical goodbyes. Jack promised to check in regularly as he adjusted to post-influence recovery, assuring me the dreams had continued fading throughout our return journey. Alone in my apartment, I showered away days of accumulated wilderness grime, watching filthy water disappear down the drain while contemplating our narrow escape. The shower's white noise couldn't fully drown out recurring thoughts. Jack's feverish determination, the partially damaged chains, the certainty that whatever lay beneath that trapdoor remained alert and patient behind weakened restraints. Sleep came reluctantly that night, despite physical exhaustion. When consciousness finally surrendered to slumber, dreams arrived immediately. Not of the chapel directly, but forest pathways leading inexorably toward its location. I navigated densely wooded terrain with dream logic certainty, each step drawing me closer to that weathered structure and its central secret. I woke sweating and disoriented at 3:17 a.m., momentary confusion giving way to cold realization. The influence had transferred. Weaker, more distant, but unmistakably present. The same compulsive curiosity that had originally claimed Jack now reached tentatively toward my consciousness. Morning brought temporary clarity with rational daylight thoughts. I called Edwin immediately, describing both the weakened chains and my disturbing dreams. His extended silence following my account confirmed the seriousness of both developments. The containment has been compromised, he finally stated. And you've become secondary target for influence. Secondary? Your friend established primary connection, Edwin explained. You've developed connection through proximity to him and the site itself. Weaker but potentially strengthening over time. How do I stop it? I asked directly. Distance helped your friend. Should help you as well. His voice carried uncertainty despite reassuring words. The pouch contents? Keep them close, particularly during sleep. Traditional barriers remain somewhat effective against peripheral influence. And the chapel itself? I pressed. The damaged chains? I've notified individuals who maintain awareness of the site, he replied carefully. They'll implement appropriate measures. What measures exactly? I challenged, frustrated by continued vagueness. Edwin sighed audibly. Temporary reinforcement of remaining restraints. Possibly relocation of the entire structure if degradation continues. His tone suggested limited confidence in either approach. Relocation wouldn't address whatever's beneath the trapdoor, I pointed out. No, he agreed grimly. That presents more complex challenges beyond current capabilities. Our conversation concluded with mutual promises of continued communication if circumstances changed. Edwin committed to weekly check-ins regarding my mental state, particularly dream content and any developing compulsive thoughts. Jack and I maintained regular contact throughout subsequent weeks, comparing experiences and recovery progress. His dreams diminished steadily with continued distance from Algonquin, though occasional intense episodes still disrupted his sleep. My own dreams remained consistently present but lacked the overwhelming compulsion he had originally experienced, suggesting Edwin's assessment of secondary or peripheral connection was accurate. We developed personal mitigation strategies. Jack relocated temporarily to his sister's home in Montreal, maximizing geographical separation from the chapel. I relied heavily on Edwin's herbal pouch, keeping it beneath my pillow nightly while researching traditional protective practices from various cultural traditions. Neither approach eliminated the connection entirely, but both seemed to maintain functional barriers against strengthening influence. 3 months after our return trip, Jack called unexpectedly late one evening. His voice carried the first genuine excitement I'd heard since before our Algonquin disaster. The dreams stopped completely, he announced without preamble. 2 weeks, without a single one. Relief flooded through me. That's fantastic news. Since Montreal? Yes, but this feels different from gradual fading, more like sudden severance. His tone shifted toward cautious optimism. I think whatever it is has stopped reaching for me. Why would it stop? I questioned, immediately suspicious of convenient resolution. Jack hesitated before responding. Maybe it found someone more receptive, someone closer. The implication settled heavily between us. If the entity beneath the chapel operated with limited capacity for external connection, resources previously focused on Jack might have been redirected toward more accessible targets, potentially including me or others who had encountered the site. Have your dreams changed? He asked, confirming my unspoken concern. Not significantly, I answered honestly. Still present, but manageable. Be careful, he advised unnecessarily. If my theory is correct and it's redirecting attention rather than simply weakening overall. He didn't complete the thought, leaving implications hanging unspoken. If the entity had simply transferred focus rather than lost strength, my secondary connection might intensify to replace Jack's severed primary channel. I'll maintain precautions, I assured him. Keep Edwin updated about any changes. Over subsequent weeks, Jack's recovery continued impressively. He returned from Montreal to resume his Toronto life, showing no signs of recurring influence despite proximity reduction. My own condition remained stable rather than improving. Dreams consistently present but contained, occasional intrusive thoughts about the chapel appearing during waking hours but easily dismissed through conscious effort. Edwin monitored both situations with evident interest, particularly the apparent transfer of primary focus away from Jack. During one of our regular calls, he shared limited information about chapel remediation efforts. The site has been temporarily secured, he explained vaguely. Additional measures implemented around the structure itself. What about beneath it? I pressed. The actual source? Beyond current capabilities, he admitted reluctantly. Some things can only be contained, not eliminated. His assessment provided little comfort but confirmed suspicions developed through months of experience with the entity's persistent influence. Whatever lay beneath that trapdoor possessed resilience and adaptability beyond conventional threats, capable of reaching across significant distances, establishing psychological connections with strategic patience, and potentially redirecting focus when particular channels closed. Jack and I gradually resumed normal friendship patterns, though we tacitly avoided camping or wilderness activities by mutual unspoken agreement. We transformed our extraordinary experience into occasional dark humor, referring to the cellar stash during nights out or jokingly attributing unusual behavior to chapel influence. These attempts at normalization provided psychological distance while acknowledging shared trauma that outsiders could never fully comprehend. Years have passed since our encounters with the Keeper's Chapel. Jack has recovered completely, showing no lingering effects from his temporary obsession with the trapdoor. He married, changed careers, and moved forward with life apparently unburdened by persistent connection to that isolated structure. I've been less fortunate. Though the influence never intensified to levels Jack experienced, it never fully disappeared either. Dreams about the chapel occur with stubborn regularity, not every night, but frequently enough to maintain awareness of continued connection. During particularly vivid episodes, I find myself standing before that partially unchained trapdoor, hearing indistinct whispers from beneath the metal surface. Edwin passed away peacefully last winter, leaving behind journals documenting his ranger experiences and mysterious encounters within Algonquin's vast wilderness. His family, knowing our connection, shared entries specifically referencing the chapel, careful observations of the structure's condition over decades of regular monitoring. His final notation, made 3 months before his death, mentioned evidence of regular inspection and maintenance by designated authorities, suggesting the containment system continues receiving attention despite his absence. I've maintained personal protective measures. Edwin's herbal pouch replaced regularly with identical components, sleeping rituals designed to minimize dream vulnerability, and most importantly, absolute avoidance of Algonquin Park and surrounding regions. These precautions establish workable equilibrium rather than complete liberation, allowing functional life despite persistent shadows of past encounter. Jack and I still meet regularly, though we discuss the chapel less frequently as years advance. During one recent dinner, after several drinks lowered usual conversational barriers, he asked the question we'd both avoided articulating directly. Do you think we did the right thing, leaving it there? The question's complexity defied simple response. We had followed Edwin's guidance, reporting damaged restraints while maintaining established containment rather than attempting more permanent resolution. Whether this represented courage or cowardice remained unanswerable without fuller understanding of what exactly lay beneath that chapel floor. I don't think we had capacity to do anything else, I finally replied. Some situations exceed individual responsibility. Jack nodded slowly, accepting this limited reassurance. I sometimes wonder if others have found it since then, if it's establishing new connections, drawing new people toward that trapdoor. His concern mirrored my own recurring thoughts, the entity's apparent patience and strategic approach suggesting long-term perspective beyond human timeframes. What represented significant years for us might constitute mere moments in its perception, each failed opportunity followed by renewed attempts with different susceptible individuals. The Rangers know about it, I reminded him. Edwin's colleagues continue monitoring the site. Until they don't, Jack countered grimly. Until knowledge fades, or priorities change, or development encroaches further into Algonquin's interior. His observation highlighted fundamental vulnerability in any containment system dependent on human maintenance and awareness. Institutional memory degrades over generations. Protective rituals become empty gestures without understanding their purpose. Wilderness barriers diminish through accessibility, improvements, and technological advancement. Maybe that's why it keeps reaching out, I suggested. It recognizes the inevitable entropy of human systems and waits patiently for failure. Jack shivered visibly despite the restaurant's comfortable temperature. That's the most terrifying possibility, that it's not just sentient, but strategic, playing extremely long games. We finished our meal in thoughtful silence, departing with unusually somber goodbyes. Though we'd constructed functional lives around our experience, conversations like this revealed persistent undercurrents of uncertainty and responsibility that would likely never fully resolve. That night, predictably, dreams of the chapel returned with unusual clarity. I stood inside the weathered structure, ambient light filtering through roof gaps to illuminate the central trapdoor. The chains remained partially broken, exactly as we'd left them years earlier, though strange symbols now marked the surrounding dirt floor. Unfamiliar characters suggesting subsequent visitors had performed rituals or protective measures around the compromised seal. In this dream, unlike previous iterations, I approached the metal surface voluntarily, curious rather than compelled. No whispers emerged from beneath, no sense of external influence directed my movements. I knelt beside the trapdoor, examining damage we'd inadvertently caused through Jack's obsessive intervention years earlier. 3 severed links hung uselessly among otherwise intact chains, the pattern exactly matching memory of our confrontation. I reached toward one broken segment, fingers closing around cool metal with dream-tangible realism. As contact established, dream logic shifted perspective suddenly, awareness expanding beyond physical confines to encompass the chapel's complete history. I perceived its original construction not as religious sanctuary but deliberate containment structure, builders working with knowledge passed through generations about what lay beneath that specific forest location. The religious elements, crosses, chapel design came later, attempts to sanctify and reinforce physical barriers with spiritual protection drawn from belief systems that post-dated the entity's imprisonment. The perspective shift continued expanding, revealing centuries of maintenance and renewal, different groups assuming responsibility as knowledge transferred imperfectly between generations. Native populations had maintained distance through cultural prohibitions before European settlers arrived. Religious orders subsequently integrated the site into their cosmological frameworks while preserving essential containment functions. Park establishment had complicated matters by simultaneously protecting the location from development while increasing potential for accidental discovery. Ranger services assumed monitoring responsibility, developing protocols for regular inspection while discouraging visitor access through deliberate omission from official maps and records. Throughout these transitions, the entity beneath remained constant, patient, aware, opportunistically testing barriers through psychological connection with receptive individuals. Not malevolent in human terms, but fundamentally incompatible with human understanding, operating according to principles and purposes beyond conventional comprehension. The dream concluded with sudden perspective reversion, awareness contracting from expansive historical knowledge back to individual viewpoint. I stood again before the partially chained trapdoor, now understanding its significance within larger patterns of containment and persistence. The entity had existed before human presence in the region and would likely continue long after human departure, its time frame rendering our interventions temporary, regardless of perceived permanence. I woke with unsettling clarity rather than typical dream confusion, insights from the expanded perspective remaining accessible to conscious consideration. For the first time, I recognized our experience not as isolated incident, but continuation of established pattern. Two more individuals among countless others who had encountered the Keeper's Chapel throughout its existence, momentarily connected to something ancient before returning to ordinary life. This reframing brought neither comfort nor resolution, but a different relationship with persistent dreams and occasional intrusive thoughts. The connection wasn't personal, but circumstantial. Proximity, creating temporary bridges between fundamentally different existences. The entity reached outward, not from malice, but from nature, following patterns established long before human understanding attempted categorization or containment. Jack and I continue our friendship, our shared experience providing unique perspective that neither fully discusses with others. He appears genuinely free from lasting connection, while I maintain functional coexistence with persistent but manageable influence. We never return to Algonquin, tacitly avoiding wilderness adventures that might trigger renewed vulnerability. The Keeper's Chapel stands somewhere in that vast forest expanse, weathered walls containing ancient mystery behind partially compromised chains. Rangers, or their institutional descendants, presumably continue monitoring and maintenance, extending centuries-old containment through systems and knowledge increasingly divorced from original understanding. Occasionally, I contemplate reporting my ongoing dreams to authorities, providing warning about potential vulnerability in existing protections. Each time, practical considerations intervene. Who exactly would receive such information? What credibility would accompany reports based on subjective experience rather than verifiable observation? How would new knowledge differ meaningfully from protections already in place? Instead, I maintain personal distance, both geographical and psychological, from that isolated structure and its underground secret. The dreams continue with stubborn regularity, neither intensifying nor diminishing as years pass. I've accepted them as permanent consequence of brief proximity to something beyond conventional understanding, a persistent shadow from encounter with the inexplicable. What lies beneath that trapdoor remains contained for now, secured behind ancient chains and forgotten religious symbols in a structure absent from official maps. Whether this containment represents appropriate response or merely delayed confrontation remains unanswerable without fuller comprehension of what exactly waits in darkness beneath weathered floorboards. The church exists somewhere in Algonquin's vast wilderness, standing silent among ancient trees while seasons pass without notice. And whatever remains chained beneath that rusted trapdoor continues its patient existence, occasionally reaching outward through dreams and whispered thoughts, waiting for chains to weaken or barriers to fail, or understanding to finally bridge fundamental differences between its reality and our own. I sincerely hope it waits forever.